all our viewers joining us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare. We're joining you live from the Ananda College grounds in Rajagiriya for the Under-16 Elite Tennis-Side Rugby Tournament 2025. This is the day one action. And joining me up in the com box as the rain goes round Rajagiriya is
Coggins, the skies have opened up early on in the day, hasn't it? And might just be a soggy day of rugby action here at the Ananda College rugby grounds, but nevertheless we have some top teams contending here at Rajagiriya, and this is not the only venue where the matches will be happening. Another set of matches will be happening at the St. Peter's College grounds, and these are the day one fixtures. And St. Peter's College will be taking on Nugala Central College in the first match of the day at 9 a.m. and till 4:40 p.m. we have a matches lined the College Rugby Stadium.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
Been over this all before.
This time, Andre the Pitbull Arlovsky and Dolph Lundgren again take on Jean-Claude Van Damme in the final showdown. Universal Soldier Regeneration.
Now available free of charge to all Dialogue View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialogue View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද ඒවට බෙහෙත් අපලන් තියෙනවා ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන්
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
Dialogue Television's නාගතය දෙන්න.
ඒවා
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips රිදෙන්න රස
The wait is over! Aircast Kids TV is new, fresh, and packed with awesome shows. Don't miss out. Channel 48 is calling.
Chirpy Chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
Rex is back with new cases. We're tracking a serial killer. New cases.
Rex found a body in a murder weapon.
That is a good nose you got. Rex! And a new partner.
I'm Mark, Special Investigations.
ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
Just a little bit of
පිටිපත්වල ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම on the Papare on Dialogue TV
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare. හරි.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yvonne David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue TV channel number 126, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Now available free of charge to all Dialog View Hub customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialog View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Catch the excitement real time. To take it all, let us capitalize. Let's lift off them. Let the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
Hello folks, welcome back from kickoff from our first game here at the Ananda College grounds as St. Peter's College take on Nugala Central College. And running rugby is what we can expect in this 10-a-side setup. St. Peter's College, one of the stronger sides at the Ananda College grounds today alongside Wesley College, Royal College and St. Joseph's College. But can't count out Nugala Central either. Hoping to make their mark first up. And the man on the So St. Peter's College have gone over for the first try and the conversion has gone astray. So right within the first minute St. Peter's College go 5-0 up over Nugala Central, and this is exactly the start they would have wanted, isn't it, Kevin?
Absolutely aggressive start from St. Peter's. Straight after that kick-off, rushing into Nugala Central and prompting them to just go back in their own half, and St. Peter's from there on just turned to a position and went over to score their opening try. 5 points in nil it is. And here's a restart kick. Again, the Pete Wright defense is just rushing in, not allowing Nugala Central to find any space to barge through into the Peters half. But fortunately for them, they do have a penalty coming their way, and here's their opportunity to to get some breathing space.
This takes it quickly. Does the number 3 for Nugala Central. And that's picked off by the Pete Wrights, but he needs support to arrive. And support does arrive, and now once again Peter's playing inside the Nugala 22. Just spreading the ball out wide, and that's an easy second try for St. Peter's College coming through Nathan Ferreira. And 2 tries in 2 minutes for St. Peter's, and Nugala crumbling way too easily on that occasion defensively.
Well, you have expected this from St. Peter's to get some quick points early on in the game, and that is exactly what they've done. 2 tries in quick succession for St. Peter's. They're one of the favourites from this side of the action, as we mentioned before. And the conversion this time, however, goes through, so it will be St. Peter's 12 and Nugala Central 0. Because St. Peter's are one of the favourites along with St. Joseph's and Wesley in this part of the town, along with Royal as well in this part of the town, Collins, and we do have a few more games happening at St. Peter's as well.
That's the likes of Trinity College and St. Thomas's College on display across town at Bambalapitia. Isipatana as well as once again on for the third occasion Nugala Central have led the kick-off bounce, and this time it's gone out of touch, and we'll have our first line out in this opening fixture. See, these are the basics that you need to brush up, isn't it, Kevin? Something as cardinal as letting the kick-off bounce or letting the high ball bounce in any circumstance can be deadly in this sport.
Well, this is exactly the exposure that a team like Nugala Central needs. And St. Peter's looks like they will go on to score their 3rd try. And it'll be another under the post try.
Yes, so once again some sloppy handling from Nugala Central, and the Pete Wrights were there to pounce. It's picked up by Sandika, worked it out to his skipper Rajagiriya, who touched down for the 3rd try and adds the extras as well. So 19 points to 0, and something has to change, and it has to change fast for Nugala Central, isn't it? Some sloppy handling as well.
Absolutely, Nathan, and it was always going to be a tough ask for Nugala Central, and with the start that they've got, St. Peter's looks like they are going to steamroll through this game. 19 points in just 5 minutes, 2 more minutes to go. And Nugala Central hasn't been allowed to get any breathing space in the game. They have spent almost all the minutes in their own half.
Bit of a half break there from Nugala Central, and now advantage coming their way as well. Sends it out wide, and Pete Wrights need to get those tackles right first time, which wasn't happening in that previous sequence of play, and now Nugala looking to switch things up. Looking for the space to open up, and on that occasion a much better tackle coming in from the Pete Wrights. And their line is caught offside, and Nugala have another chance to run at this Pete Wright defense.
Well, it is not going to be easy for Nugala to come back into the game, but they would love it if they could score at least a couple of tries before the game ends, and to do that, they have to first get into the St. Peter's half, and they haven't managed to do that, and knocked on by Nugala. So another chance for St. Peter's inside the 22-meter mark, if I'm not wrong. They will have a scrum.
It's first scrum of the game, right on the edge of the Nugala 22, as you said, Kevin. Another chance for St. Peter's to try and get that first score right at the end of this first half.
St. Peter's with the scrum. And they will be looking to work the ball around, and that is exactly what they've done, and that will be their fourth try of the game and of the half. We have another half to go as well, another under the post try.
As Nathan Pereira touches down for his second try in this first half, but that was lovely work off the back of the scrum. Conversion has gone begging, so it will stay 24 points to nil at the end of the first 7 minutes.
A dominant half from St. Peter's, 24 points to nil. Nugala Central have a lot of questions to be answered there for them. And will be interesting to see how they come up in the second half because they have nothing to lose, 24 points down. And as I said before, getting a couple of tries against St. Peter's will give them a lot of confidence moving on in the tournament. And this is exactly the exposure that a team like Nugala Central needs, playing against one of the top guns. And that is how you learn. And I believe they'll take a lot of learnings from this game and from this competition.
Yes, indeed. Highlights the first try in the first minute for St. Peter's. Came through one of their forwards, and from then on it was their lightning quick backline that did bulk of the heavy lifting. It was Ferreira's first try, and then a try from the skipper Rajagiriya. And right on the brink of half-time, had an extra man out wide and managed to touch down for their fourth, did St. Peter's College. So at the end of the first 7 minutes, the players assemble to kick off this second half. And like you were saying, Kevin, it'll be important for Nugala to try and at least find a score or two. They have 3 to 4 group games as well, so plenty of more opportunity for them to make a statement and try and claw their way back into the tournament. But if they are able to at least run St. Peter's close, they'll be able to really get into a better mindset than they are at right now.
Well, for the first time in the game, Nugala are inside the half of St. Peter's, but St. Peter's haven't done the same mistake that Nugala committed quite a few times, which is allowing the ball to bounce in front of them from kickoff. And Nugala have turned over proceedings. And they do have a penalty coming their way as well.
Yes, some sloppy stuff from St. Peter's early doors. Ball was made loose at ruck time. Now Nugala looking to capitalize.
With the immaculate defensive performance, have just dragged them out of touch. But I believe it will be a line out for St. Peter's.
Yes, excellent stuff there from the Patriots defensively. First time that they've really been called to try and defend a Nugala attack. And you have to say they have come out on top ultimately. A few penalties in there though. Something that they'll need to work on as this tournament progresses. Line out is overthrown, but there is a man to collect it. Again, need to be a bit quicker at the rucks, do St. Peter's College. Now working the ball out wide to Gion. Here's Ferreira. Puts on a big step. Ferreira going round the touchline. And it looks like Nathan Ferreira will touch down uncontested for his hat-trick. That's a well-worked try by the Petrites. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Turning defense into attack in a jiffy, Kevin.
Absolutely brilliant run from the young number 15, but you have to give credits to Gion as well. He waited for the right moment to bring that pass out wide. And once he did, it was all about running for Gion. And St. Peter's have converted that as well. So it'll be 31 points to nil. After a bright few minutes for Nugala Central, they have allowed St. Peter's to score again.
That's excellent stuff from the Petrites, Kevin. And Rajit Gion and Nathan Ferreira looking like some dangerous runners, isn't it? Rajit Gion we've already seen in the Dialogue Schools Rugby League as a man with first 15 experience. Nathan Ferreira as well looks like quite the talent. As St. Peter's win yet another penalty on the edge of the red zone. Now here's the big men for the Petrites looking for those spaces. And now here they go. Easy as you like. St. Peter's working the ball out wide. Some quick hands, and that's going to be their sixth try coming through Abdullah Fauzan. And the Petrites are making it look all too easy at the moment. Converts his own try as well. So 38 unanswered points with 3 minutes left to play at Rajagiriya.
Has been a dominant performance from the lads from Bambalapitiya. 38 points nil. Another couple of minutes left in the game. So probably they'll be looking to score as much as they can here. St. Peter's. And up next, St. Peter's will be playing against Maliyadeva College from Nugala. And Nugala Central will have to wait a very, very long while to play their second game. That also will be against Maliyadeva.
And Nugala now hunting for a consolation score. The ball has spilt out and Nugala have lost it forward. And St. Peter's College will have a chance to try and add another score perhaps before full time. Just around a minute and a half left. And play will restart after that stoppage with a scrum in favor of St. Peter's.
Well, one of the big games of the day will be St. Peter's taking on St. Joseph's. That will be approximately around 2:20 p.m. if I'm not wrong. And that will be a game to look out for, Nathan. And St. Joseph's will be having a close eye on this game. They are by the sidelines as well.
Yes, as this time the Petrites managing to lose the ball forward. And yes, definitely, Kevin. The Josephians will be having a keen eye on this Petrite outfit. And like we were discussing before kickoff, probably two of the better placed sides, at least at the Ananda College grounds for today. And how decisive could that be in the context of the tournament as well? St. Joseph's College is a side with plenty of first team experience as well.
And right at the brink of the season, they just beat St. Peter's out of nowhere at CRNFC. That was, of course, the first 15 season. And whenever St. Joseph's take on St. Peter's, there's always a buzz around it. And Peterites have won themselves a penalty. They will look to run as fast as they can, still around that 50-meter mark.
The ball into contact to the Peterites. And now looking for those runners. Have numbers out wide, but again, just not able to get that pass to stick first time. Taking a little too long at ruck time, and spots the gap though to St. Peter's College, and that's a lovely step from the number 11. And that will be another try to the Peterites. That's Mohammad Sajjad. And that's another well-worked try, you have to say, Kevin.
Well, St. Peter's just finishing off things in style, and that will be full time. And that will be the first win for the Peterites, 45 points to nil. And they have got a statement win in this opening game of the Sri Lanka Schools under 16 rugby tournament, the tennis side rugby tournament. And up next, it'll be St. Joseph's taking on Maliyadeva College.
Yes, excellent stuff from St. Peter's College to start out this tournament. And this is exactly the kind of performance they would have wanted to put up first up. Never easy to play the first game in any tournament this early. And certainly a game that the one of the teams from this next fixture, St. Joseph's College, would have been keeping a stern eye on, as St. Joseph's College and Maliyadeva have taken to the middle. And the referee for this game will be referee Tilina. But yes, another opportunity for one of the tournament favourites, St. Joseph's College, to try and flex their muscles early doors, Kevin.
Well, Maliyadeva, of course, not long ago represented in that top division, just 5-6 years back. They are one of the top teams from Nugala, and St. Joseph's, on the other hand, would have had a close look at the game between St. Peter's and Nugala, and they will be hoping that they can get a start similar to what St. Peter's got early on in the tournament. Goes deep with the kick. Collected from the back, and Maliyadeva fortunately hasn't committed the same mistake which Nugala Central did, but instead they have just lost possession from a territory that they shouldn't have, and St. Joseph's looks like will go over to score a very, very easy try through their number 22.
It's making it look all too simple at the moment. St. Joseph's College in the first 30 seconds managing to turn over that ball, and then some silky handling as they went over for their first try of the tournament.
The conversion goes astray, but St. Joseph's do have a lead of 5 points to nil. And I was speaking about Maliyadeva not committing the same mistake that Nugala did, which is to let the ball bounce and not collect it, but instead what they did was just lose possession from a very, very dangerous territory. And St. Peter's, with the quality that they have, they were not going to miss on that chance, and they are now with the lead and will be looking to just extend it as much as they can. Goes high with the kick again. And now will just fall out of touch. Will be Maliyadeva's ball, and will be a line out for them.
Check.
It's the first set play. And it's stolen by Riyan Jayawardena for St. Joseph's. And now once again going from right to left. Lovely cutout pass to the number 35. And that's a beautiful try from St. Joseph's College, who go for their second, Kevin. Spoiling Maliyadeva's line out. And it again some lovely passes. Managed to create the space out wide. And St. Joseph's College asserting their dominance early doors. So it's 10 points to nil in the first 3 minutes.
Well, Nathan, one thing that both Nugala and Maliyadeva have done is that whenever the ball was with their opponents, they just rushed into the same player. 5 players rushing into the same player, allowing the opponents to find a lot of space on the outside, and that is one thing that they should not do from here on. They should at least there should at least be one man marking the wing.
Yes, spot on, Kevin. But again, ball is made loose from kickoff. And once again, looks like Maliyadeva guilty of putting all the eggs in one basket defensively, leaving the left flank unmarked. And that is what has hurt them so far. And now going from left to right, St. Joseph's have plenty of men on the outside. Doesn't need them. Steps through for the third try.
Again and again, a lot of space which there for St. Joseph's on the right-hand side, while the ball was being played on the left-hand side. All the Maliyadeva players were defending on that side, and that allowed St. Joseph's to just work the ball through. And by the time the Maliyadeva defense got back to the right-hand side, it was already all over. And the conversion this time is not through as well. Will be 15 points to nil in favor of St. Joseph's with 2.5 minutes to go in this opening half.
Yet again, ball is made loose from kickoff. But there is a man from Maliyadeva to do the cleaning up on this occasion. And Maliyadeva really have been confined to their own 22 for basically the entire game so far. This time, bumps off a tackler and a strong carry from the number 1. And then ball has been dropped cold there by Maliyadeva. And now St. Joseph's College again going around that left-hand side, and that's a second try for their number 22. Brilliant stuff from St. Joseph's College, Kevin. And Maliyadeva College really failing to mark the wide channels at the moment, and that's really, really hurting them. All 4 Josephian tries coming through those wing positions.
Couldn't have been a much easier try than that for St. Joseph's. It all started with Maliyadeva dropping the ball forward, or rather knocking the ball forward, and from there on, St. Joseph's just were quick to react and went over to score their 4th try of the game. And a conversion this time goes through as well, so will be 22 points in favor of the Josephians.
This time St. Joseph's managing to get under their own kickoff. Now that's lovely hands, and the number 8 for St. Joseph's will carry it right under the piece for their 5th try.
Typical number 8 try, wasn't it? Just dragging the defender towards that whitewash and just dived right under the post. And the conversion is through as well. Will be 29 points to nil going into Lemons, and St. Joseph's have a commanding lead at the end of the first half.
Yes, St. Joseph's College really flexing their muscles in that first 7 minutes, managing to go over 5 times. And Maliyadeva defensively just hasn't gone right for them in this game so far. So we have your half-time confirmation. It's 29 unanswered points to the Josephians. This is a game in Group E. So groups E, F, G and H on display at the Ananda College grounds here on day 1. And groups A, B, C and D will be working off all their group fixtures at the St. Peter's College grounds. And of course tomorrow we'll move into the knockout phase of this tournament. And all those matches will be worked off at St. Peter's College. So 2 days of rugby action on the weekend. And all these live pictures courtesy Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare. And you all these led the, if I may say so, Kevin.
Absolutely, Nathan. Well, we are about to start the second half. Will be interesting to see whether St. Joseph's can better the performance of St. Peter's more than they did in that opening game. 29 points already on the board.
Yes, St. Peter's managed the 45 in their game against Nugala. And those victory margins, it's all about the mental battles, isn't it, Kevin? As St. Joseph's have faltered early in this second half, lost forward on the edge of their 22. And it's a chance for Maliyadeva to perhaps pull one back.
Well, a lot similar to how the Peterite started the second half against Nugala. But they were able to keep their opponents away from scoring. But can St. Joseph's do that? It'll be a scrum right at the 22-meter mark for Maliyadeva. Here's their opportunity to find some opening here. But St. Joseph's rather have done well at the scrum time to turn over proceedings, and they do have possession. Well. And just like that, two Josephians just blocking each other and giving the ball back to Maliyadeva. Will be another scrum for them. The previous scrum was not their best, but could this be a better one for the lads from Athugalpura? A better scrum, but knocking the ball forward there. Slippery hands. But fortunately, they do have an advantage coming their way. Minutes done in the second half. Maliyadeva have spent most of the time in their own half, but rather in St. Joseph's half, and they have just gifted the ball back in a golden platter for the Josephians.
Yes, that was a big hit there coming from one of the bulkier Josephian players forced there really. And now St. Joseph's with another chance to try and run it out of their own red zone. Opts for the exit rather interestingly. And the chase needs to be good here from the Josephians. It's a foot race for the ball, and the number 10 for Maliyadeva has faltered. And picked up cleanly by the number 9 for St. Joseph's, but referee pulls things back. Thought he should have blown a little sooner there, isn't it, Kevin?
Well, he certainly should have. But St. Joseph's do have another go at it at the try line, and seems like they have dropped the ball forward, or rather knocked the ball forward, and not what they would have expected. The number 2 was just a bit too greedy to score the try on his own. Could have just opted to pass the ball out wide towards his left-hand side, and that would have been an easy try.
Yes, indeed, Kevin. It's important to remember that rugby is a team sport, and we've seen majority of the tries as well for St. Joseph's come through those wide channels, and could have done more of the same. And that's an opportunity that has gone begging. And that's an infringement from the Josephians at scrum time, and now Maliyadeva winning another penalty. So after a real blitz in the first half, with just 3 minutes to go, the second half has remained scoreless so far, as Maliyadeva tried to go for touch from that last penalty. Went straight into the hands of the number 31 for St. Joseph's, who will go all by himself and touchdown for their first try in this second half.
Well, was not the best of touch finders from Maliyadeva. Just falling inside the touch line, and that was well inside the 22-meter mark as well. So it was always going to be a surge coming in from the Josephians, and they have scored another try, making it 34 points to nil, and the conversion, however, goes begging. 2 minutes left. 12 points to get to catch St. Peter's.
It's just 1.5 minutes now as the clock runs down even further for the restart. And again letting the kickoff bounce Maliyadeva, and that's cleanly collected by St. Joseph's. But it looks like he has lost it forward in the process. And now Maliyadeva with another opportunity. I have to say, errors have really come into the game of St. Joseph's in the second half. And the only try they managed to score to, that was off a Maliyadeva error. So, although not too alarming at the moment, perhaps a warning sign for St. Joseph's as they move forward in the tournament.
Well, absolutely. They've looked a bit too eager to score tries back to back. And when you're in that mindset, the errors tend to happen, and it is another costly error. I wouldn't say costly, but a cardinal error from St. Joseph's.
Yes, but there will be much tighter games than this as the tournament progresses, and a cold spill like that could be rather costly.
Well, St. Joseph's will be facing Nugala up next before they take on St. Peter's, and Maliyadeva, on the other hand, will have another very tough game coming their way, which is against St. Peter's.
It's another couple of handling errors there from St. Joseph's, but they were offside before. It's a penalty to Maliyadeva as time runs out on our clocks. Perhaps a chance for them. But blows for full time does referee Tilina, and it's St. Joseph's College who have hit the ground running after a blitz in the first half, take the honours 34 points to nil against Maliyadeva. There you have your full-time confirmation. 34 unanswered points to the Josephians. What was a dominant display, especially in that first half, isn't it, Kevin?
Certainly it was a dominant performance from the Josephians. 34 points to nil. Could have scored a lot more had they put on a more composed performance in the second half. Just being able to score one try in the second half, the Josephians. And up next, it'll be Wesley College taking on Sri Sumangala College. Panadu, and there will be a change of voices in the commentary box.
Very good morning to all our viewers, and I welcome Janidu, the commentary with me. Good morning, Janidu.
Good morning, Virun. We're heading to the next game. Wesley College will be taking on Sri Sumangala College, Panadu. So far, St. Peter's and St. Joseph's were able to grab their wins in the first two games early in the morning. And it's a bit rainy here as well. Definitely going to be a challenge for these youngsters, especially with the conditions and the wet ball. A lot to come for.
Definitely, and two comprehensive wins for the two colleges from Colombo, St. Peter's and St. Joseph's, both dominating performances early in the morning. And now we have Wesley College taking on Sri Sumangala. Wesley as well definitely should have some first 15 players in this squad. They had quite a number of young players in their first 15 squad as well, Janil.
Yes, definitely. I think even the under-18 sevens, Wesley was able to win the championship, and definitely they'll be one of the favourites in this tournament as well. Wesley Junior Rugby has been tremendous throughout this year, and definitely we can witness how good as a team they are in this game. And definitely Sri Sumangala, you can see they're all up for the game.
Absolutely, and we've seen Sri Sumangala has been improving quite well during the past few years, and especially this season as well. In the first 15s, they played quite well, and it's lovely to see that improvement from Sri Sumangala over the years, and they're definitely up for the fight always. So it will be an interesting match nevertheless, and plenty of action to come throughout the day as well. As we're just a couple of minutes away from kicking off this matchup.
Sri Sumangala will start off things, while Wesley will be positioning on the receiving end. It's the third game of the day. Plenty of games remaining. Sri Sumangala putting that pressure early on. And the whistle is on. A hanging deep kick. Well collected there by the Wesleyite, but it's countered by Sri Sumangala. Lovely defensive work. And here's ball available for them now. Sending it out. Not a bad start, I would say, for Sri Sumangala. Definitely they were expecting for it. Putting that pressure on early on in the kickoff. Sri Sumangala playing with some good phase as well. Sends a decoy pass, is the number 18. Loses the ball, but fortunate enough there, it's not a knock forward. Here's some lovely counter work by the Wesleyites, and the ball has been turned over.
Some lovely stuff at ruck time from the Double Blues. And unfortunately, the ball is sent into touch. And Sri Sumangala will have the throw-in. Unfortunate error from the college on that occasion, Janindra.
Yes, definitely, Vinayati, but that was some lovely comeback from Wesley. They didn't do well in the kickoff, but that counter-ruck over there and managing to find that overlap, but unfortunately loses the ball. And once again, ball will be available for Sri Sumangala, but definitely Wesley will be looking to contest. A good throw. And it's a free kick in favor of Sri Sumangala.
And now Sri Sumangala with an opportunity. He's swinging it out wide. Lovely fend off from the number 12. And he will go under the post.
That's a lovely tackle there by the Wesley number 14. That was unexpected. The Sri Sumangala player did not expect that he'll be chased, but that was a lovely tackle. It's a try-saving tackle, Virun. Absolutely. He will be fortunate enough.
Absolutely. You got to expect those tackles. And what an effort. What an effort from Wesley College. A try-saving tackle.
Scrum and some lovely footwork. And he's been brought to touch. The number 12 for Sri Sumangala has been brilliant. It's Kavin Hansaja. Has been solid in his offense and defense as well. Seems like this game is going to be one hell of a game, Virun.
Absolutely. The matchup is equal so far in the first 3 minutes. Thumping tackle coming in from Wesley. Now Sri Sumangala once again giving it out wide. And referee calls it back.
That was not 10 meters by Wesley. The previous penalty was taken quickly by Sri Sumangala. And here's Kavin Hansaja looking for touch. Unfortunately, that's in. But the chases are on. Wesley under pressure. But referee will bring back play. It seems like that's offside by Wesley and quickly taken by Sri Sumangala. A big opportunity here, but loose ball. And here's Kavin Hansaja being brought down. Opting for the blind side, but not a good decision. So many penalties by Wesley. And here's again taken quickly. Kavin Hansaja, the dangerous man, being brought down. Sends it out. Number 5 for Sri Sumangala decides to go on his own. Yet another penalty by Wesley College. Seems to me this will most probably end in a penalty try. We never know.
Absolutely, and I think Sri Sumangala as well has had chances upon chances, and Wesley College have been conceding these penalties over and over again. But nevertheless, they need to keep the discipline up. Wesley College referees will penalize them. They won't hesitate to penalize an indisciplined team.
And here's the scrum. Sri Sumangala decides to go on his own. Sri Sumangala has been attacking this whole half. They've been dominating Wesley's defense line. And here's Kevin Hansaja. Gains some important meters for his team. Oh, that's an unfortunate knock forward there. They were playing some good, consistent rugby. They've had enough opportunities to score as well. I would say the opportunity was being wasted. It's high time for Wesley to come back. They've been a bit dull. They've been in the defensive mode for 6 minutes. And finally, it's an opportunity for them, but it's in their red zone. Let's see what Wesley opts to do.
So Wesley College has been giving chances on chances, and Sri Sumangala hasn't been using them. And now referee says ball is still in play. And the ball has been knocked on. And referee goes into half-time with no points on the board. Both teams still not finding their rhythm and form so far in this game. Many things need to change for both teams. As we see 0-0.
But definitely Wesley will have to come back with a good plan. Sri Sumangala, they've been playing some good rugby in the first half, but Wesley being one of the favourites, the performance is not up to the expected level, but definitely the coaches and going into lemons, if they can come back with a better plan. Mostly Wesley has been defending the attack line of Sri Sumangala, and especially you need to. Wesley had around couple or 3 opportunities, but they always lost the ball. They did not have enough position, and that led Sri Sumangala to put them under pressure.
Sri Sumangala as well has to figure out how to take those chances that have been given to them and score from those opportunities. And I think so far they haven't figured that out, but if they do, it will be a tough match for Wesley College.
Yes, definitely, Vinu. This is going to be an important half. Because Wesley, we all know Wesley wouldn't want to lose this game. So definitely they'll come back strong, and meanwhile Sri Sumangala will definitely try to win this game. That will be one of the best victories, and especially being the first game of the day, going into a great start. It's all to find out in this all-important second half. Sri Sumangala will be receiving the kickoff.
And coming up next, we have Dharmaraja College taking on Ananda College after this half. And plenty of more action coming on throughout the day as we're off with the second half. And that goes into touch.
Not a great kickoff, I would say. Once again, ball will be available for Sri Sumangala. That shouldn't be the plan from Wesley. Should have been a good high-hanging kick and contested the ball. But once again, Sri Sumangala with an opportunity. Very silly error there. And here's an opportunity for Wesley. Sends it out. A bit of a fancy long pass, and here's the number 10 giving it out, having space outside. Is the number 11 for Wesley. Yes, that all important try that they were looking for. Finally, they make it in the second half. Wesley scores the first try of this game. It's 5 points to nil.
And Wesley College with an unusual pass that found his man on the wing, and they go over for the first one. With the conversion going astray, that will remain Wesley College 5 points to nil against Sri Sumangala.
Jonathan Vijay Singh, the try scorer for Wesley, the speedster. About how Wesley would come back in the second half, Virun, and they've shown that in the very first minute. And here's once again Wesley with some good rugby, offloads it. Here's the number 8 sending it out. Silly pass there, but manages to hold on, the number 9.
Passes have been scrappy from Wesley. Nevertheless, the ball is wet, Janindu, so quite difficult for these young lads. As we see once again, ball just slipping out. But Wesley have been a different animal in this second half.
Yes, definitely, Virun. The conditions are tough, especially these guys being juniors. But Wesley seemed to be pretty much confident after that, after scoring their first try. And here's the number 9. He's through. Lovely pass. Here's the number 7. Will he have the gas? Yes, he fends off. And seems like he'll go under the post. Pardon me, not under the post, but that's the second try for Wesley. 10 points to nil. It was Sean Mendes, the try scorer for Wesley. Brilliant comeback by Wesley.
And well done from both those players. He spotted his man on the outside. Conversion goes astray. Nevertheless, 10 points to nil. A strong fend off we saw there from the play in the number 7 jumper. And now Wesley College, they seem to be back on their feet, finding their rhythm in this game.
Sean Mendes, strong lad. That was a good fend off. Definitely important players for the future. Here's that kickoff I was talking about. Lovely high-hanging kick. Lovely contest. And here's the number 14. Oh, that's a good tackle. Solid tackle there. But Wesley manages to hold on. Here's the number 8. Fends off 1. Fends off 2. He's been brought to touch by Kavin Hansaj, the star player of Sri Sumangala. Lovely defensive work.
Definitely wonderful stuff from Kavin Hansaj. That's some experience you see out there. And he had the presence of mind to get that ball into touch. And now Sri Sumangala, scrappy line out. Nevertheless, finds a gap. Tries to find his man. And the ball has been knocked on from Wesley. Sri Sumangala will have the feed in. Now they have a chance to attack. Nevertheless, we're just about 2 minutes out from the end of this game. Wesley need to hold it out for 2 minutes more, Jaindu.
Yes, definitely. This is a challenge for Sri Sumangala. 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and there are 2 tries behind. And here's Kavin Hansaj with the goose step, but he's been brought down. Sumangala sends it out. Loose pass there. Good pressure by Wesley. Interesting call there, Virun. Referee says it's knocked forwarded by Wesley College. I'm not so sure. which player had the contact with the ball. But referee's decision will be final call.
Yes, I didn't see that too well myself. Nevertheless, like you said, referee's decision is final. And referee just making sure everything is set right. Few replacements coming in for Sumangala.
We're heading to the final minute of the game. We're almost in the final minute. And yes, Kevin Hansaja steps in, steps out, gets through, fends off one, lovely work. Gains some brilliant meters. Yes, that counter-ruck pressure from Wesley, but Sumangala manages to hold on. Sends it out. Yes, space available for Sumangala, but no ball being knocked forward. Once again, silly errors. Referee was having a look at his clock, probably the last few seconds. Wesley's first few minutes of the second half saved the game for them, but they will have a lot to improve. They'll have to come back better as the tournament moves forward. They'll be meeting top sides in the knockout stages.
Absolutely. Zahira and St. Peter's, St. Joseph's and Royal College as well are in this group, so they will be meeting some strong teams. Nevertheless, Sumangala, Kavin Hansaja has been wonderful for them, but the issue is that he hasn't had the support from the rest of his teammates. I think they do have quite a formidable side. They just need to get their clock working together.
Yes, definitely, Virun. It's just that they were playing enough consistent rugby as well. It's just that they couldn't find the finishing touches. And here's some good grabber kick, but it was ball being brought to touch, and that will be the final whistle. Wesley will grab this victory, 10 points to 0. Thanks to Jonathan Vijay Singh and Sean Mendes, the two try scorers for Wesley. And that's the full-time confirmation. Wesley grabbing the victory, 10 points to 0 over Sumangala. That's the final score of the third game of the day. We're moving on for the fourth game. Dharmaraja College will be taking over Ananda College. A battle of maroons, I would say.
Yes, and this match will be interesting as well. One team from Kandy, another one from Colombo, and Dharmaraja. They've had some good sides in the past, haven't found their form recently. Nevertheless, we've seen some wonderful runs from Dharmaraja College as well. And Ananda College recently with their first 15 players like Samudita playing quite well as well.
It's definitely Virun. If we look at the two first 15 setups, Ananda has shown some brilliant performance this year. But Dharmaraja is demoted to B division as well. But yet to see, these are the youngsters. A look out for the future.
And, these guys will be setting the tone for the next few years of their respective schools.
Definitely Virun, and that was a good kick from the base by the Dharmaraja scrum half.
Go center, half a meter.
Line out in favor of Ananda.
Play.
It's a good clean line out.
Extra numbers.
Referee offers a
Extra
free
numbers.
kick
4.
for Anandas. Yes, Ananda. Yes, the number 12. Looks dangerous and finds some space in the corner. Being brought to touch.
Yeah, Mark. Okay, thank you. 8 Mark can
Referee Ravin Alexander. The referee for this game.
Captain.
And Dharmaraja just a bit too eager. Good line out from them. And straight away they go into the maul. Good setup from Dharmaraja. Couple of meters gain. And they break away from the maul. He steps off one. Finds his man on the inside. Lovely try from Dharmaraja in the first second minute of the game. What a try we saw, Jayandu. That's lovely game awareness by Umesh Mendis, the number 9 for Dharmaraja. The maul was set, saw that blindside space and cuts in one and saw his man supporting him, the number 13, the try scorer, Anjana. That was a lovely try. Dharmaraja will take the lead, 5 points to nil over Ananda College. 2.5 minutes down in this first half. Like you said, Jayadu, good game awareness to go on that blind side.
Quick.
And that was the difference. And what support play from Dharmaraja. Coming on the inside and finding his inside man to go over for the first try. Lovely stuff from them.
High tag. Goal. Five.
And Dharmaraja with the feed in to the scrum.
Set. Straight. Break. Boys. Scrum. Last time, okay?
Referee is requesting for a steady scrum from the both teams.
Bind.
Scrum down in favor of Dharmaraja and Umesh Mendis. Feeds in. The scrum looks good. Sends it out. Sends a decoy runner. Decides to go on his own and seems like he has space. Yes. That's yet another brilliant try by the number 13. That's Anjana. 2 tries for him. What a game he's having. Dharmaraja will take the lead. 12 points to nil. With the conversion to come. It will be a difficult conversion. Dina Dharmasena. That was very close. Good drop kick there by Dina Dharmasena. Direction was good. Power was not there, but definitely good effort from them. But what a try once again from Anjana. Lovely game awareness, finding those gaps and going over for the second try for the Dharmaraja.
Play.
And they seem very confident in this game. As we say that they make a cardinal error. The kickoff doesn't go 10 meters.
No.
And Ananda will have one from the center. That'll be a free kick for Ananda with the number 2. Ball available for Ananda. Desperately looking for a try. They will definitely need a try here to come back on. And here's a penalty in favor of them.
Number 11, not rolling away.
They wouldn't want to rush things. And they're opting to go for a scrum. Naviru Pereira straight away asking referee for the scrum. And they seem to be confident and comfortable.
Nine. Set.
With
Steady.
scrumming. Now Ananda with an opportunity. With the number 12. Had a brilliant opportunity but knocked forward. Half time, 12 points to nil. Dharmaraja leading over Ananda College. This Dharmaraja side seems to be a good team, Virun, compared to the performance we witnessed that in the season that was concluded by Dharmaraja. Brilliantly, some good prospects for the future. Some individual players, individual brilliance as well. As we look at those highlights, we have the halftime confirmation. Dharmaraja 12 and Ananda College still no points on the board. And like you said, Janidu, definitely some good prospects for Dharmaraja for the future. And the good thing is, with individual brilliance, we've seen the team support. And that's what we saw lacking from Sri Sumangala. They had quite a few stars, but the team wasn't supporting enough. But we've seen from Dharmaraja good support play, and that's what's needed, and good signs for them for the future. Yes, definitely. Dharmaraja seems to be one of the favorites for this tournament as well. It's going to be an interesting clash. St. Peter's, St. Joseph's, and Dharmaraja showing some good performances here. And we are having more games at St. Peter's College grounds as well. Pretty sure sides like Trinity, St. Anthony's. It's going to be an interesting tournament. And I think this is a brilliant opportunity for these youngsters. Especially bringing the live coverage from the Papare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Red captain ready.
Couldn't agree more, Jayantu. And we haven't seen teams like Royal College playing as well. So we are up for some good rugby throughout the day as we kick off the second half of this match. Dharmaraja College taking on Ananda College here at the Ananda College grounds in Rajagiriya. Good start there by Ananda in the second half. And yes, they seem to be having a better plan. Opts to go on the blind side. And here's that overlap, but brilliant defense there.
Stay.
Here's the number 2 for Ananda, once again going into the hit. Here's the number 10. Sends it out to his center. A goose step. Runs across. Steps in one. Manages to hold on to the ball. It was Anuhas on that occasion. The number 11 jumper. Made some good meters. And now Ananda
10, okay.
sends it out wide. One man on the outside. Runs into some traffic nevertheless.
Stay back, stay back.
Now Ananda College with some good attack. Just a couple of meters out. And he swings it. And that will be the first try for Ananda College. Coming in the first 1.5 minutes of the second half.
Blue Olmo.
Good start for Ananda.
Made.
They were desperately looking for a comeback and they've scored their first try. And Nethula Vijay Sundara with the conversion. Conversion goes astray. And it will be 12 points to 5. Dharmaraja leading. But there's enough time in the second half for any team to come back. Definitely Ananda will be looking to score their second try as well. Ananda's attack was relentless in that first 1.5 minutes of the second half. And if they can keep that up, they will definitely have a chance of coming back. Just one try and a conversion out. So not far behind Ananda College. It's definitely. They were attacking all the way from their red zone.
Time back on.
And yes, with the restart, changes direction, puts on a lovely high-hanging kick. And good.
Not rolling away.
Tackler not rolling away, says referee. Penalty being awarded in favor of Dharmaraja. They hope to go to touch. Not much meters gained, but Dharmaraja will be happy with it. They'll happy to have possession.
Your mark, your mark.
If they want to win this game, possession is important. And definitely they'll have to cut down less mistakes and continue to gain possession. Absolutely, and I think they'll be happy to be out of that red zone. And that is crooked from Dharmaraja.
Come more line out. Come.
And unforced errors, cardinal errors from them. When you have possession, you got to keep it. Especially in a game that's just 14 minutes. It's quite important. I think the credit has to go to the Ananda jump as well. It was that pressure that the hooker decided to throw it a bit more towards the Dharmaraja jumper. And here's Ananda with the scrum. Puts on a deep kick. The chase is on. Can the number 11? Here's a massive opportunity and seems like
It's a knock on.
very unfortunate there for Ananda. But that was some good work.
So 22 drop out.
Lovely grubber kick. He kicked it deep. And the number 11 was all on for the chase. It was Anuhas on that occasion. I thought he just almost got a fingertip on it at the final moment, but unfortunately wasn't able to. Now with just over 2 minutes to go in this game, Ananda, they can't be making mistakes like this. You've got to collect that. When you're a try down, trying to come back,
Your mark.
you got to take any attacking opportunity. Definitely he should have collected it. He just let it go. And now Ananda again back in their red zone. They will have to attack for around 80 meters to score a try. And here's a lovely short pass. Good tackle there. Has to go from the same direction. Steps in one.
More down.
Player being held up. Lovely defensive work by Dharmaraja. Showing some dominance. Lovely hit there. Sends it out. Here's the number 3. Once again going for the hit. Lovely defensive work by Dharmaraja.
Your mark, your mark.
Dharmaraja have been wonderful. Some good tackles coming in from them. And not letting Ananda College move very far. And the efforts have paid off. Ball has been turned over. And they'll be happy to have possession with just under a minute left in this game.
Crouch.
Definitely, it's all important to
Bind.
hold on to that position with moving on to the last minute of the game. Dharmaraja leading 7 points ahead over Ananda.
Ball not in. Same size come.
Not a steady scrum, and they'll go for the scrum again. Same side ball, referee says.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady.
Scrum looks good.
Okay, hold.
To go to the blind side, and here's Anjana, the dangerous man, once again gaining some decent meters for his team.
So we heard that full-time bell going off, and takes a smart decision to just kick that into touch, and referee Alexander says that will be full-time. 12 points to 5, Dharmaraja with the win. Good stuff from them. And coming up next, we have, if you look at the full-time confirmation, Dharmaraja 12 points to 5 against Ananda. And coming up next, Royal College taking on Sri Rahula College.
Extra numbers. Hatarak in aru tunai inni. Ananda attack කරන තුනෙන්
And we are going to see Royal College what they are in store, what they have in store for this tournament. As I welcome Nathan back in the commentary with me.
It's a very good morning. We're on Royal College taking on Sri Rahula College. And I'm sure a lot of eyes will be on this Royal College outfit. You don't often see them in these 7s and 10s tournaments, don't you, Virun? So a rare appearance from the Royalists.
Yes, absolutely, Nathan. We don't usually see them in these tournaments. But it's good to see all these teams playing this tournament. Most of the schools, good schools, been divided into the two grounds today. 32 teams to be precise. And there's some good matches going on at St. Peter's as well, Nathan.
Yes, indeed. The likes of Trinity College, St. Thomas's College and Isipatana all on show as Royal College, easy as you like, have gone over for the first try. Just the first 30 seconds.
It will be interesting to see what Royal College has in store for the next couple of years, Nathan, and this will be a good indicator from what they have in store.
Yes, indeed, Virun. You could call these boys the future stars of the school's rugby circuit. And the last time we saw this tournament played, it was Wesley College that won it. And we saw what a strong side Wesley had over the past couple of years. So like you said, it has proven to be a good indicator of what we can expect going forward in the school's rugby season.
And well done from that Sri Rahula player. Did well to get that ball out to his teammate. Twisting and turning now. Sri Rahula. Now the ball has been turned over. And Royal College go over for the second try. Just powering his way through the defense.
Yes, number 8 for Royal College. That's a powerful try. Like you said, Virun, just out-muscling all the Sri Rahula players there. And it's 2 tries in 2 minutes for the Royalists.
Yes, Nathan, and like you said, this tournament is very important to see what schools rugby has in store for the next couple of years. And we've seen a couple of players in the first 15 as well who are playing this tournament.
Yes, indeed, and we've seen some quality rugby on display as well, at least in these opening 4 to 5 matches. So plenty of encouraging signs, at least in the early exchanges. Again, kickoff is cleanly collected by Sri Rahula. But they really need to work it out of their own 22. Haven't been able to do so far. And that's a cardinal error once again.
from Sri Rahula, dropping the ball cold and giving Royal a scrum right in front of the sticks, just about 10 meters out, and in prime position to try and find a third score in 3 minutes, Virun.
Yes, Nathan, and we'll see if Royal can match up to St. Peter's and St. Joseph's. They've had high-scoring games in the first two games today. And Wesley, we saw, was struggling against Sri Sumangala. And Sri Sumangala, nevertheless, has a good side in the recent years, Nathan. But we'll see if Royal College will be able to comprehensively win this one. And as we say that, another try coming through from the number 9 for Royal College.
Yes, that's a brilliant individual try, isn't it? Had plenty of numbers out wide, didn't need any of them. Picked it up right from the base of the scrum. And stepped past the Rahula meant to go over for the third score, and it's converted as well. So 17 unanswered points now to the Royalists in the year, just the first 4 minutes, Virun.
Absolutely, Nathan, and I think Royal are in a hurry to score more points on the board.
Yes, it's important to hit the ground running, isn't it? Especially in big tournaments like this, really send a message to some of the other favoured teams in the competition. We saw St. Peter's and St. Joseph's do that straight off the bat, and Royal will be hoping to do the same as well.
Absolutely, Nathan, and it's not just about on the field, off the field as well. The mind games, the mentality, it's important to show what you're capable of. As on that occasion, he was taken into touch. Would have been done him quite a bit better if he just ran straight.
Yes, that was interesting there from the number 16 for Royal College. They just stopped dead in his tracks, almost refusing to go over for the try. And that gave enough time for the Rahula defense to bundle him out into touch, but that's a golden opportunity gone begging for Royal.
Definitely. And now, well done by the jumper for Royal College. He steals that one. Looped pass coming in. Cuts back inside, but a collision with the referee. Referee says play on. Tries to show and go by himself. Good defense coming in from Sri Rahula. Now Royal once again. He steps off one, fends off another, and goes under the post for the fourth try.
It's another piece of individual brilliance from Royal College, Virun. But it all started from that spoiling of the line out. But the number 12 for Royal, easy as you like, going straight through the middle, like a hot knife through butter. And it's 22 points now for Royal with 30 seconds or so left to play in this first half.
And Royal just showing the experience, just winning that line out. And just slicing through the defense for that fourth try. And with just a few seconds left in this first half, couple of changes coming in for Sri Rahula. As we see the sky just clearing up a bit here at the Ananda College grounds, Nathan.
Yes, looks like the weather gods are being a bit more kind than expected. Expected a full day's worth of showers on the forecast at least. And that's some brilliant work once again at ruck time to rip the ball off the Rahula player by the Royal number 10. Gets it out to his big number 8 who carries it into the 22. And now Royal have the numbers out wide. Needs to find them. Chose to go by himself. Probably was the wrong option. And now they're working it back inside. Yes, the number 8 going by himself. Stands up the defender.
And that's another lovely try from Royal College.
Unselfish play from the number 8 jumper. He just gave it out at the last moment and drew the defender in for that sure try. And with the conversion to come, Royal College 27 points to nil. And 29 points to nil conversion is good. And we go into Lemons with Royal College leading 29 points to nil. If I'm not mistaken, St. Joseph's as well went into halftime with about the same score. Nathan.
Yes, indeed, Virun. It's a dominant display from the Royalists in that first half. And that last try, as we take a look at the replays, number 8 looks like quite the talent, doesn't he, for the Royalists. That was the scrum half. And that was that last try before the break. Unselfish play there from the number 8. And it's always lovely to see a number 8 that has a big step on him, isn't it, Virut?
Absolutely, Nathan. As we look at the half-time confirmation, Royal College 29 points, 2-0. And they just seem to be steamrolling their way so far in this game. And yet another team as one of the favorites in this tournament. And we still don't know what's happening on the other side at St. Peter's grounds. As you can catch all the live action on the Papare, just hop tabs. We have the live coverage coming in from St. Peter's as well. And Isipatana College versus Siri Piratana. And Isipatana College leading 7 points to nil at St. Peter's College grounds. And all the live action here on the Papare.
It's a weekend full of rugby, isn't it? We're on final week of the Rugby Championship as well. Both those games later today. A wide open Rugby Championship as...
Absolutely, and I think we should... we'll be definitely watching that while we're here. Also, on dialogue channels, as we are about to kick off the second half of this game. Sri Rahula College taking on Royal College, and Royal College with a 29-point lead. And well collected from Royal. He goes through one, takes a couple of players to bring him down. Gained good set of meters. Now Royal College, the gain line increasing quite rapidly. And they go to the wing. He steps back in, steps off another, finally brought down. Now Royal need to swing it in. And that overlap creates another try for Royal College. They go over once again, 34 points to nil in less than a minute into the second half.
Yes, lovely stuff from Royal, and did well to keep ball at hand as well. Were pushed out wide on a couple of occasions during that sequence of play, but kept their cool, looked for the runners inside and managed to open the score in with ease. That's a lovely team try from the Royalists.
Absolutely, and that's what you like to see. As the conversion is good. Took a bit of time to come down, but nevertheless, 36 points to nil. Like you said, Nathan, good team effort from Royal. And that's what we see from these experienced teams. The composure when they've been pushed to the two sides. Coming back from that. and I think that's what's important in this game, the composure when under pressure. Long kick coming in from Royal. Now Sri Rahula trying to run it from the red zone. Cardinal error from Sri Rahula. Just standing up. And Royal opt to go into touch.
Yes, probably trying to test themselves at line out time. As you see, Azmir Fajuddin on the sidelines for Royal College, who is no stranger to line outs.
Definitely, and they've been up to the mark so far. We saw that steal in the first half, and once again, no effort line out from them, and almost knocks it on. Well done to keep that ball in play. Once again, Royal College with yet another try.
It's the number 16 for Royal, getting it right this time, Virun. We saw in the first half, tried to stand up the defense, didn't work. This time it worked out for him, and he goes over for a deserved try as well, you could say.
Yes, and I think that's what he was trying to do in that first half. But the defense wasn't as fast on that occasion. This time they were a bit earlier, and the plan works out well. Stands up his defender and goes over for another try for Royal.
Yes, Royal College in a group with Sri Rahula College, Thurstan College and St. Sylvester's College. And Thurstan College, probably the second strongest side in this group, isn't it, Virun? And that will be an interesting game to watch as well. Thurstan College made it to the plate final in the under 18 sevens recently, so do have some talent in their ranks.
Absolutely, Nathan. And talking about Thurstan, our next game will be Thurstan College taking on St. Sylvester's. And like you said, we saw some good potential from them in the under 18 sevens. Couple of good matches from Thurstan, and it will be a matchup between Royal and Thurstan College in that group.
Yes, indeed, Virun. Royal College take on Thurstan College at 3:40 p.m. according to our schedule. And in terms of games to look forward to, Wesley College take on Ananda College as well at 12:20. Sure, that too will be quite the spectacle alongside the Saints battle between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's.
Absolutely, Nathan. I think many people watching out for that game, as Royal College with an unfortunate mistake knocking that ball on, and now Sri Rahula will have the scrum. And like you were saying, Nathan, we have some interesting games coming so far during the day.
Yes, and a note on Group H as well. We have Kingswood College, Zahira College and Lumbini College all in the same group. So I'm sure all of those games will go down to the wire as well. A group of death, if I may say so, at this under 16 tennis-side tournament.
Yes, Nathan, and soon after the Thurstan match, we have that group playing the two matches. Kingswood College taking on Carey College and Zahira College taking on Lumbini. Like you said, it will be a fight to the death between those four teams as well. Now Royal College with the throw-in. have been flawless so far in the game with lineouts. Once again, no issues for Royal. Now just working it out. Good tackle coming in from Sri Rahula. Wayward offload. And ball is knocked on from Royal College. Unforced errors from them.
Yes, few unforced errors creeping into them, but a good second half performance as well from the Royalists. 41 unanswered points, 2 of those tries coming in the second half. As time has run out on our clocks. As the hooter goes off as well here at Rajagiriya. And Sri Rahula win another penalty.
Probably the final play of this game. Sri Rahula would like to get some consolation points on the board before we go into full time. Nevertheless, Royals' defense has been on point this time as well. Now giving away a penalty is Royal. Sri Rahula have knocked on the ball. Unfortunate for them. The only chance of getting a consolation try. And now Royal will have the final say in this game. They go under the post for the final try.
It's the cherry on top really for Royal College. And what has been a fantastic performance to kick off their under-16 tennis-side campaign. Extras added as well, so 48 unanswered points to the Royalists as referee blows for full time. And you have to say that is a 5-star performance from the Royalists. Your full-time confirmation, 48 points to nothing. And Royal showing that they are a force to be reckoned with in this under-16 tennis side.
Definitely, Nathan, and just with that dominating performance, Royal College. And coming up next, Thurstan College taking on St. Sylvester's College. Live from the Ananda College grounds. And now we have a couple of formidable sides here on day one. Royal College, St. Peter's College, St. Joseph's, Wesley College, with some good performances so far in the couple of first matches. And now Thurstan College will have the start to this game.
It's okay.
As referee Amila blows, and it's Thurstan College to kick things off here. Kick off eventually collected by St. Sylvester's, and straight away with a dash down the left hand side. Half from St. Sylvester's, and win the penalty as well. St. Sylvester's also a decent side in their own regard. Made it to the cup segment in the second division last year, and played alongside the likes of the newly promoted sides, Prince of Wales and Lumbini College, for Dialogue Schools Rugby League in 2026.
Reds, 10 meters.
Yes, Nathan. And just in the first few seconds of this game, St. Sylvester's have been on the money. Good attack coming in from them.
interesting call there from the referee. But it's Thurstan College that will probably breathe a huge sigh of relief there after they were under the pump. And that's a brilliant touch finder right on the edge of the 22 for the Thurstanites.
Okay, boys.
And they'll have their first attacking opportunity of this game.
Yes, absolutely, Nathan. And you don't see this much in first 15 either. It's a good touch finder.
Option, what do you want?
Throw in was crooked.
Scrum.
And Thurstan back on the pressure. St. Sylvester's, they opt for the scrum on their 22.
Okay, coach. Point. Set. Set. No. Okay.
And lovely stuff from Thurstan College, managing to outhook St. Sylvester, and that's a big step from the number 10. And a lovely backhanded offload as well. Thurstan College knocking on the door at the moment. Needs support to arrive. Support comes eventually, surely just a couple of phases away for Thurstan College now.
Get back. One.
Picking and going are the Thurstanites. And now to the line they go. Here's that number 10 once again. This time the defense is up. And we're playing under advantage, so they'll have another opportunity. Taken quickly by the number 8, and he barges over for the first try for Thurstan College. That's HC dumps it for Thurstan College, who opens the score in what has been a tight game so far.
Yes, and what a couple of phases from Thurstan. And the player in the number 10 jumper,
White.
Asmitha, he has been quite important for that team. Some good breaks from him. And it's lovely to see that we have some good talent for Thurstan coming up in the next few years as well.
And they'll be eager to add another. But St. Sylvester's started off strongly. It's a lot better, not allowing St. Sylvester's to even running out of their own 22.
And Thurstan now decide to go for the scrum.
Coach. Bind. Set. Steady.
Rush defense from St. Sylvester's. Had a man on the outside. Should have given it out earlier. Now Thurstan pushed back from that error. And good work from St. Sylvester's. Quick tap taken.
Offside. Number 8.
Almost caused interception. Good offload coming in.
Over. Advantage. Stay back.
Support not fast enough. And that will be a knock on from Thurstan College. And St. Sylvester's will have the scrum.
Yes, the ball was loose on that occasion. The chance was there for Ananda to try and turn, for Thurstan College rather, to try and turn things over. But unfortunately made a handling error in the process. And a chance for St. Sylvester's to perhaps try and achieve parity with just a minute or so left on our clock before Lemons.
Okay. Just, Nathan, just a couple of seconds left in the first half.
Backward, down.
Scrappy game at the moment from these two teams. Now, St. Sylvester's tries to show and go.
Step back. Get back, 8.
Cuts back on the inside.
Relax.
Brought down. And St. Sylvester's will have another penalty. Opts to go for that kick. Finds his man. And he's just a couple of meters short. And he goes over, nevertheless, for the first try for St. Sylvester's in this tournament.
Right on the water. What a try that is from St. Sylvester's. Going for that cross kick, the number 13. That's Chandra Tilaka. And he found Aditya, who did mighty well in his own regard to not only collect that kick, but had the presence of mind to drop the ball and pick it back up after being caught in the tackle to go over for the first try for St. Sylvester's.
It was some good stuff from St. Sylvester's. Didn't expect that cross kick coming through at all, Nathan. And they go into half-time with equal points.
Yes, we said it was a scrappy game, a tight game, and it has lived up to that. It's 5 points apiece at Lemons. But the hot topic at the moment, Virun, is that last try by St. Sylvester's.
Absolutely, what a cross kick and what a collection. And he did well to stand up after that tackle as well and go over for that try. Caught us all off guard, that cross kick, Nathan.
Yes, indeed. Certainly a try for the highlights reel. But it's anyone's game as we head into the last 7 minutes. And probably the closest game we've seen so far today, isn't it, Virun?
Yes, absolutely, Nathan. I think the other game was Dharmaraja taking on Ananda. But other than that, close game we're having here. The half-time going in with equal points to both teams. Be interesting to see what happens in the second half.
Yes, certainly, Virun. Anyone's game. And I feel that whoever scores first in the second half will have a big advantage. So both teams will be eager to try and be the first one to touch down.
As well as an advantage, Nathan, it will be the mindset of the team that scores. They'll be confident throughout the rest of the half, while the other team has to come back on the defense. Now St. Sylvester's with the kickoff of the second half. Deep kick. Thurstan letting it bounce. Not collected cleanly. And now they're just a few meters out from their own try line. And good clearance coming in from Thurstan.
Yes, that's a good clearance from Ashmita for the Thurstanites. Was really left with no choice after his teammates made absolute hash of that kickoff, pushed right back to their in-goal area and was forced to opt for the safety of touch, but it's a Wester's ball and they'll have the chance to try and go again.
Yes, Nathan, he did mighty well on that occasion. Now St. Sylvester's good work at ruck time from Thurstan. Play.
Man in front.
And Thurstan come away with the
Man in
ball.
front, they are ball.
I beg your pardon, St. Sylvester's. Both teams were confused. And that will be a high shot from Thurstan.
15 red.
And the referee gives marching orders to the Thurstonite. And we see a bit of a injury coming off that high shot. Hopefully nothing serious.
Yes, we'll
Done.
try and get you a replay of that high shot, but certainly not a good sign for St. Sylvester's.
Number 12.
And rightfully so, the Thurstan player given his marching orders. Yes, appears to be a milk in the situation though, isn't it, Virun?
Change.
Yes, Nathan didn't seem too serious from that replay. Nevertheless, high shot is a high shot. Maybe he hit his head when he was falling. Hopefully nothing serious. Nevertheless,
Time on.
Yes, indeed, Virun. Coming back to that topic, simulation has been a bit of a problem in schools rugby in Sri Lanka over the past couple of years as well.
yes, Nathan, absolutely. But I think having tournaments like this and getting out this young talent really helps a lot. And we've seen a couple of good players being recognized from these tournaments.
Yes, definitely. And even for the lesser known teams, it's quite the exposure for them to play alongside some big names. Invaluable experience for those lads as well.
Yes, invaluable experience for these young lads. And they get to play against some of the schools that they hear playing rugby in Colombo. And it's now Thurstan College with a break. Unfortunately, loses the ball on that occasion.
Yes, that was a good sequence of play from Thurstan, but like you said, just ran out of room there. And the score remains at 5 points apiece as we're deep into the second half as well.
And like we were saying, Nathan, this has been a close one and continues to be a close one with just about 3.5 minutes left. Interesting decision. Now Thurstan with space. Just one man to beat. Goose step coming in, but loses his footing.
Stay back. Side.
It was a lot of strain on his knee. Now Thurstan once again. The pass is wayward. And offside says the referee.
Offside, guys.
And now Thurstan
Quick back.
with another opportunity once again. Number 8. Running through the defense, trying to get as many men as possible to defend him. And he shows, and he will go under the post for the second try for Thurstan College in the 11th minute.
Yes, that number 10 for Thurstan College, Asmita, has really been pulling the strings so far in this game. And you have to say that's a deserved try for him as well. Played a huge role in creating that first try.
Yes, Nathan, he made A good effort for that first try, and the conversion goes over. Now Thurstan College 12 points to 5. Like you were saying, that first try came solely off the effort of the player in the number 10 jumper. And good talent for Thurstan College.
Number
good
15
prospect
red.
for the future.
15
Yes,
red.
certainly, Virun. But that entire Thurstan attack started with another attempted cross kick from St. Sylvester's. Unfortunately, on that occasion, didn't get enough width on the kick and went straight into the hands of the Thurstan sweeper, which is what sparked that attack.
I don't think his own teammate was ready for that cross kick, Nathan.
And so while it's that's a lovely collection there from the Thurstonite player, but like I was saying, like it's as much as it is important to have those sorts of facets in your armory,
Offside again,
it's
number
also
9.
another skill in knowing when to use them.
Number 9.
And we just saw another example of how not to use and St. Sylvester's have been shown another yellow card. Not exactly sure what that one was for.
Yes, and they'll finish this game with just the 6 men on the park, so it's a long way back for them. The 9 men rather. And that's another moment we missed. Thurstan too were down to the 9 men momentarily, but St. Sylvester's failed to capitalize on that. And instead it's Thurstan that managed to find the decisive score in the second half.
Yes, and now with time up on our clock, Thurstan won the final say, and they do get it.
Yes, a typical number 8 try there. And that should really put the game to bed for the Thurstanites. 17 points to 5 as the hooter goes off. And here's the conversion to seal the deal. Goes astray, but that won't matter as the full-time whistle blows. It's Thurstan College surviving a first half scare to go to prevail 17 points to 5 in their first group fixture here at the under-16 tennis-side tournament. And with that, we'll move into our next game between Kingswood College and Carey.
Well, up next it's Carey College taking on Kingswood College, and Kingswood, of course, the favourites in this game. Here's the confirmation of that match. Kingswood taking on Carey College. Both the schools are playing their first match of this under-16 schools rugby 10-a-side tournament.
Kingswoodians to start off things. Dinethra Novira with the kickoff. Carey College on the receiving end. Puts on a nice high-hanging kick. It's been knocked forward. Straight away ball available for the Kingswoodians. Lovely step by the number 9. That's an early penalty in favour of Kingswood.
Kingswood on the move now, looking to get their opening try of the game, and as easy as it gets, the number 15 of Kingswood Dineth Ranavira just dives over the whitewash to score their opening try, and that is a very, very quick try for Kingswood. The Thurstan defense completely caught off guard here.
Get back.
Try score with the conversion as well. A difficult conversion. That was very close. Kingswood will take on the lead over Carey College, 5 points to nil. Brilliant start for Kingswood, Kevin.
Well, absolutely, Janithu. And one of the things that most of these lesser-known schools have done wrong throughout the day is that whenever the ball is with an attacking player, almost 5-6 players have gone on to defend him, and that allowed a lot of space to be created on the wing or the flank side, and bigger teams have capitalized on that, and they have went over to score quite a few tries, starting from that Peters Nugala Central game. Then when we moved on to the St. Joseph's Maliyadeva game, all the teams did the same, and now Carey in that opening try, it was very evident that they've done something similar to that as well. Knocked on this time by Kingswood.
Mark. Stamp.
Scrum in favor of Carey College. The previous infringement by the Kingswoodian player, it was a knock forward.
Bind. Set. Steady. Okay. Stop it. Bit.
It's the number 11. Looking for options. Opts to go on the blind side. Lovely step in, but he's been brought down. That would definitely be a penalty.
Carey now has the opportunity to get into Kingswood's half, and done it with some style, but still a long way to go to score here for Carey.
Release.
It's always
Get back.
comes back to haunt you when you concede the opening try of the game, and seems like they have knocked the ball forward again. Clinical errors from Carey College, and will be a scrum in favor of Kingswood. And we've seen it over the years that Kingswood have some very, very fast runners over the years, have had some very fast runners over the years. And they are indeed one of the heavyweights. If you take a look at how things have gone in over the past 20 years.
Set. Steady.
Definitely, Kevin. They've produced some great players for Sri Lanka rugby as well. They're very known for running rugby, especially sevens format as well. And while we talk about it, it's a lovely another run by the Kingswoodian player. That's Tisal Silva, the number 14 for Kingswood. Scores the second try in favor of Kingswood.
We'll talk about speed. That was an example which couldn't have got any better. Just running through the wings. But seems like he has gone out of touch, so that's not a try.
Very unfortunate there. But once again, an opportunity. Ball has been turned over. Not a clean line out by Carey.
Penalty to get side.
They're coming from the side, says the referee.
Kingswood tried to take it quickly, but the referee wanted it to be retaken. But Kingswood still going strong here, and that should be the try. And it is the same man, the number 15, Dineth Ranavira, who's scoring his second try of the game. And Kingswood have just doubled up the scoring, and that missed opportunity early on didn't really come back to haunt them, because within a matter of time, they have just gone on to score another try. Conversion not through, the score will remain Kingswood 10 and Carey College 0.
Talking about Carey's defense, Kevin, you spoke about how the defense is sucked by one player. I think communication is key to that. Lovely backhand pass there. It's a forward pass, but a fancy offload.
Mark forward. Stop.
Coming back to the point, it's really important to have your defense line with proper numbers, and speed line is important too, Kevin.
Don't push.
But Carey is lacking that, and Kingswood has enough and space to get through.
Don't run.
Once again kicks it, not a clean kick. Once again a collapse in the defense, and Kingswood will score their third try. This time it's De Silva. He gets a try under his name.
Kingswood showing their class early on, a tad bit too good for Carey to stop her. And they have put themselves in a very good position to go and win the first game of this competition. And the conversion is a tough one. And he just puts it out wide. So the scoreline will remain Kingswood 15 and Carey 0. And that will be half-time. A dominant half for Kingswood. Well, maybe not. Maybe we might have a bit more time left, and the referee wants to have a word with the number 23 of Kingswood. Well, apparently it's a substitution. And the number 23 goes out, and Kingswood in a very good position. Carey has a lot of work to cut out when they come into the second half. But first, they will have to make sure that they don't concede another try at the brink of halftime. Dineth will opt to go deep with this, and Kingswood will rush into it. And free kick for Carey.
This is an opportunity for Carey. They've not held on to possession. Whenever they had the ball, they opted to kick as well. A try under their name will boost some confidence. Is that big number 8? And that's some brilliant work by the defensive line by Kingswood, turning that ball on. Quickly taken, center. Lovely pass to his number 13. Number 13 cuts in and goes down.
Release. Okay.
Hirun Karunaratne gives it out. Yes, the double try scorer tries to go around the winger of Carey College.
Get back.
This possibly is the last play of this half, and Kingswood looking like will go over to score their fourth try, and this time it will be an under the post try. Their number 10 Rajagiriya, and this should be converted. And if he does, they will get their first conversion on track, but unfortunately just puts it out wide. And the scoreline will remain Kingswood 20 and Carey College 0 at the end of the opening half. These are the highlights from the opening half. Right from the beginning, it was Kingswood who dominated the game, gave no chance to Carey. And the Carey defense were caught off guard quite a few times for not being organized with their defensive line, Janidu. And that was that final try, right at the brink of halftime.
Yes, definitely, Kevin. Carey will definitely have to
work on their numbers in the defense line. Because Kingswood seems to be playing pretty fast. Their game speed is faster than Carey has been expecting, and they've always been through those gaps, and that's somewhere Carey has to work on, and especially even in attacking, they will definitely have to work on with their position. They have not held on to position much, and that have already gone away with 20 points. It's not going to be an easy half for them if they are aiming to win this game. Meanwhile, Kingswood will try to score one more, boost their confidence for the upcoming games. All to find out in the second half. Kingswood will be receiving. Number 10 of Carey College puts on a deep kick. Lovely footwork there. Steps in one, steps out two, and he's through. That's some brilliant work. That's Rajagiriya. He will go under the post. What an absolute brilliant try.
Well, Kingswood have just took off from where they left at the end of the first half, scoring a very, very quick try 20 seconds into the second half, and they have gone over to score their fifth try, and the conversion this time goes wide as well. 5 tries, no conversions, but Kingswood have put a deadlock to this game.
There was some pure individual brilliance by Roger. The kickoff straight away coming into his hands, and he steps in one, steps out two, and he was through, and there was no one who was able to stop him. And it's the try scorer to restart things. Rajagiriya and Dinesh Ranavira both have 2 tries under their name for Kingswood. Tackler not rolling away, says the referee. Penalty in favor of Carey College. Quickly taken. Decides to go on his own.
Well, Kingswood did well there to steal the ball out of Carey. So now they have another opportunity. Opting to go on his own to trying to create some space in between that Carey defense, and has he knocked the ball forward? Well, yes, it is a forward from Kingswood, so will be a scrum in favor of Carey College. A lucky break for them. Kingswood for all money looked like they were going to go at the whitewash one more time. But still, work not done yet for Carey. They have to see this away. Very, very unfortunate there, Janidu. From the collection, he had the control of the ball, but just while he was moving front, he just knocks it forward, and you don't expect that to happen very often.
Yeah, it's all about the pressure as well. They know they're 5 tries behind, and they've seemed pretty dull in this game, and Kingswood dominating over and over. Probably they are very under pressure and as well, and there's some lovely move. A dummy assist and a short pass to the number 13 from Rajagiriya, and that will be Hirun, the try scorer for Kingswood.
Karunatilaka bringing his dancing shoes onto the field, and finally Kingswood have converted one. So they've now gone up to 32 points to nil here.
Kingswood, number 7-5. Change. 7-5.
About 3 minutes remaining in the clock. The question is, can Kingswood reach the 50-point mark? If they can, it will be a good achievement for them as well. Their first game of the tournament. That will boost a lot in their confidence as well. Here's Rajagiriya once again with the restart. Lovely 10-meter kick. Kingswood defenders all over the place. Once again it's turned over. Referee says play on. Tries to show and go, but he's being brought down, but plenty of space available. Sends it out. And that will be another try for Kingswood. It will be 37 points to nil. Kingswood dominating. A difficult conversion for Rajagiriya. Had the direction but not the distance.
Number 12. Carey, number 12. Change.
A couple of changes in the Carey lineup as well.
Well, this is the 7th game of this Rugby 10s here from Ananda, and we've already seen a couple of teams go over that 40-point mark, and Kingswood has the opportunity to replicate the same here.
Release! No, rock form!
Represents rock form. Kingswood trying to put the pressure on the counter ruck.
Release! No.
They'll be desperate to.
Penalty. Not roll away.
Tackler has to roll away.
Mark.
And that will be a penalty in favor of Carey. Seems like they're opting to go for touch.
Just over that number 2 of Kingswood.
Line out Thurstan.
He tried his best to keep the ball in, which is some of Chirpy.
No con. Stump. Mark.
Well, seems like he got some hand to it, so it is a knock-on. As per the referee, so it will be a scrum in favor of Carey College, just outside of that 50-meter mark.
Fine.
Can Carey find a try in these dying seconds? There is no way whatsoever that they could win this game. But a try here will give them a lot of confidence. But Kingswood from nowhere have got position back, and the number 13 scored a try before, and he's just barring forward, being brought down right in front. Kingswood still with possession.
Penalty side.
Coming from the sides, says the referee. So will be another penalty for Kingswood. They have one last opportunity to make it 40 points.
No advantage.
Another advantage for Kingswood. They have to score here. The number of advantages that they got, they'll be very disappointed if they don't go on to score from here. Quick passes towards the right hand side, goes out wide, and that should be the try. The referee will have a word with his AR. Forward pass is the final call, and that will end the game. Kingswood College with a dominant performance, beating Carey College 37 points to nil. score, Kingswood College beating Carey College 37 points to 0. Up next, it's Zahira College taking on Lumbini College. It'll be a very, very interesting match. In the junior levels, Lumbini College have always produced some very good rugby players.
Yeah, we definitely saw that in the under-18 sevens as well. Lumbini was able to compete in the cup segment. And as we spoke about, a lovely start from them. But unfortunately, just touched the touchline. And the line out will be in favor of Zahira.
Get back.
Zahira, of course, over the past few years have proven to be one of the top contenders in the top division, especially in that first 15 sector. And they will be hoping that they can get on to a good start here, but Lumbini, as we said before, won't be an easy team to go. Early scrum for Lumbini inside their own half. Puts the ball out wide to that flanker who is waiting on the left hand side, and he just drags few players and gets right in front of that 50-meter mark. And the Lumbini players do look very well built, don't they, Janidu?
Yes, certainly they do, Kevin. There seem to be having some fast runners, and they are here with good preparation, and the game plan seems to sweet and shows in goals. The number 10 could have given it out, but lovely effort.
Just a bit too late to get that ball out there. But still Lumbini holding on to possession. They are inching closer towards the try. Have numbers on the outside, but the number 13, Lakshan Pereira, opts to go on his own. Lumbini with some space on the sides will go over to score their opening try of the game. What a start to the game.
Try score for Lumbini, net side as well. The number 7, the winger, seems to be having a lot of pace on his legs. Lumbini taking on the lead 5 points to 0. With a difficult conversion to come. At the distance but not the direction.
But this will be, or rather this is the exact start that Lumbini was looking for. Zahira, having spent most of the opening few minutes inside Lumbini's half, just gave them some opening, and Lumbini capitalized on it and went all the way from their own half towards the whitewash on the other half to score their opening try of the game. And Zahira are under pressure now. This should be a very, very close encounter. Zahira won't sit back. They will be looking to hit back. They have some space on the outside, one pass away, but not getting it out on time. But Zahira holding on to position, working the ball towards the right hand side. Here's the big forward. And they have just dropped the ball in front. So will be a scrum in favor of Lumbini. That was needless. The little man tried to sneak through the defense of Lumbini, but the two defenders of Lumbini were just very heavy built, and just one hit made sure that the ball will just drop forward, slip out of his hands.
Yes, definitely should have given it out. Stick to their game plan because they're 5 points behind as well. And here's the number 13 for Lumbini. Has long legs and fast legs. Lakshan Pahura. Lumbini College. 10 points to nil.
Well, there is no stopping Lakshan Pahura, which has brought his best of both the speed boats to this game. And Lumbini have a lead of 10 points to nil. Not what we expected. And they have converted it as well. 12 points to nil. Zahira under pressure. 2 minutes to go in this opening half. And Zahira has to score to make sure that they stay in the game. And this is where Lumbini have the advantage, Johnny. They're scoring 2 tries, converting 1, having 12 points on the board with 2 minutes to go into the halftime. Zahira will always have in their mind that they have to score, and at the meantime, they can't afford to concede as well. And that is a lot of pressure in a very short game like this.
Yes, definitely, Kevin. If Lumbini can hold on to the momentum, they've had a great start. And once again, this kickoff, Zahira losing that ball. You can't have such mistakes, especially if you're aiming to win in the shorter format.
Well, this is where Lumbini has to be smart as well. They have to be composed. They have the lead. And they should make sure that they don't concede any errors. And they just conceded 1 there. Zahira winning back position. They will be eyeing to get at least a try by the time they go into halftime. The touch finder. It's a very, very decent one, taking them inside the 22-meter mark. Zahira, throughout the years, have produced some excellent kickers. A school known for its football prowess.
Definitely, they will have to score this try before heading into innings. To boost up their confidence as well and to keep their hopes alive for this game. But yet again, it's a free kick in favor of Zahira.
The number right there, trying to take it quickly, which was Zahir. But Zahira now on the move. One thing that they can afford to do is take their time here, because they will have enough time to go over, and they have gone over, and they have cut the deficit down to just 7 points with the conversion to come, and it should be converted. We have seen similar conversions go astray in the previous games, but I believe Kamran Amin will not make the same mistake, and he hasn't made it. So it is 7 points to 12 going into the halftime, and we are in for an extraordinary second half. Should be a cracker of it. 12 points to 7. Lumbini with the lead for the moment. West. Points to 7. We are in for a cracker of the second half, and Zahira just got back into the game right at the brink of halftime. And it is very, very important for the boys from Maradona to make sure that they get on to a very good start in this second half. Lumbini on the other hand are in some sort of pressure for the first time in the game. Lumbini will kickstart proceedings, and the clouds get darker and darker here at Rajagiriya. We might be in for another heavy shower in a few minutes.
This will be another challenge as well for these youngsters playing under slippery conditions. Zahira off to a good start.
Well, Lumbini having won the possession back are on their move. Here's their number 14 just being brought down by the Zahira defense, and Zahira has managed to drag Lumbini out of touch. So will be Zahira's ball now.
Was not able to find touch, and is that number 13, the dangerous player for Lumbini, running across the ground. Lovely defensive work by Zahira. It's been turned on. Once again, they're opting to go to touch. Decent meters covered. Here's an opportunity for Zahira. Can they equal Lumbini or go over the lead? That's the question. It will be a critical time for Lumbini. They will have to put some effort in their defense.
Well, it has started to drizzle. And Zahira's line out throw is crooked. So Lumbini have found themselves being lucky there. And that is one of the things that Zahira can't afford to do, is to make sure that they lose possession from good territories. 7 points to 12. Lumbini still with the lead. Just over 4.5 minutes to go in this game.
Referee advising to have a clean scrum, and here's Lumbini, the loose pass, and here's that number 13 again. Lovely offload, looking for options, but decides to go on his own. He's been brought down. Lovely footwork there. Lumbini seems to be playing a bit of sevens style as well here.
Well, I wouldn't mind Lumbini playing in that style, as far as they keep possession with them. They can't be too excited about this, because it's just a 5-point lead, and it could just shift swiftly in a moment. Zahira for a moment thought that they stole the ball legally. Well, thunder and lightning has struck Rajagiriya. Hopefully it doesn't affect the competition anymore. As per the rules, if there is lightning and thundering, you have to stop the game. But I wonder what the referees will do here. It's not heavy as of now. Line out through for Lumbini. And interestingly, they have gone for that driving maul option, and they have broken play loose now. Have numbers on the outside. Zahira have to be very, very cautious here. Here's the Lumbini number 14. Could have done a lot better there, Zahira, in dragging the player out. Unfortunately, they couldn't do so. Lumbini still with possession. Getting a bit too excited, losing his boot onto the floor as well. But fortunately for Lumbini, they have the territory advantage, but Zahira has the possession and they have a scrum on their hands.
According to our clock, around 1.5 minutes left. That is more than enough time for Zahira to. And seems like he is through. Lovely tackle there.
Zahira showing a lot of urgency here. Here's the big number 2. Zahim will go back to a previous advantage that Zahira had. 1.5 minutes to go as per our clock. Can Zahira pull a try out from the screws? They need a very, very good touch finder here. And that is a good one at that. Takes play right into that 22-meter mark. Nervy final few seconds of this game. Their previous throw was crooked, Janidu. Hopefully, this doesn't end up the same.
I was about to say that, Kevin. It's really important that they execute this line out. Last few lineouts have not been successful for Lumbini, even though they've opted to go for touch. In more of the penalties, they've
Zahim with the line out through, a very, very crucial one at that. A good one as well. Or is it? It is not. Crucial opportunity missed by Zahira. And all Lumbini have to do now is to hold on to possession. Don't commit any fouls here. Just put the ball out because it is full time. And Lumbini have beaten Zahira 12 points to 7. Probably the first upset, I would say, from this side of the competition. Zahira were the favorites coming into this, but Lumbini, as we all know, is a very, very good side. But having that favorite tag on them, Zahira looked like they were the side who was going to win the game, but Lumbini surprised everyone with those 2 tries in the opening half and winning the game 12 points to 7. And up next, it will be St. Peter's College taking on Maliyadeva College, and there will be a change of voices in the commentary box.
And for our next game, we'll have St. Peter's College taking on Ananda, Maliyadeva College in their second group fixture in Group E, as I welcome Virun Jayasundara into the commentary box.
Nathan, welcome back. And straight away, Maliyadeva with possession.
And good work from St. Peter's. Bit of confusion from the Maliyadeva players, thinking they had won that penalty. Now St. Peter's, they go over. I beg your pardon, just a few meters away. And the ball has been turned over from Maliyadeva. The player just asking the referee, if not mistaken, that was touchdown.
Yes, but referee said it was just short. So a confusing start to the game, isn't it, Virun?
Yes, and both teams haven't found their rhythm so far.
Yes, Maliyadeva suffered a heavy defeat at the hands of St. Joseph's College, 34 points to nothing in their first game. St. Peter's managed a 45-0 victory over Nugala Central, and it's at the scrum that goes the favour of the Peterites. Swinging it from left to right, and that's the first score for St. Peter's College coming through. Nathan Ferreira, who had a hat-trick in the first game as well, continues in the same momentum and opens the scoring for his side.
Yes, 5-0 in the first 1.5 minutes of the game. St. Peter's College with their usual move, swinging it out wide, and Nathan Ferreira goes over for the first one. Conversion goes astray, and points remain 5-0. As I was saying, Nathan, Maliyadeva unable to score against St. Joseph's in their first game. Nevertheless, they'll be looking to get some points on the board in their second match.
Yes, but it's not going to be easy against St. Peter's College, who are one of the stronger teams in this tournament, and one of the better teams we've seen on display at Ananda College on day one action, alongside St. Joseph's and probably Royal and Wesley as well. They, you could say, from the early signs, they look to be the front runners on this side of the table.
Absolutely. And as we say that, St. Peter's unforced error. Ball goes out on the full end. Maliyadeva with the free kick from the center. They decide to run it straight. Mark. And Maliyadeva has been pushed back to where they started from. And the weather is not looking too good here in Rajagiriya. Just hearing a bit of thunder as well, Nathan.
Yes, if the thunder persists, Virun, of course, we'll have to head in for a break. Player safety is of paramount importance. And that's a big hit from the number 3 for St. Peter's College, pushing Maliyadeva back at least 5 meters.
Yes, and Maliyadeva started from the 50-meter mark, and now they've been pushed back at least 15 meters. And once again, now St. Peter's penalized. And Maliyadeva have a chance to regain those lost meters.
Yes, sir. Has been a slow start so far. You'd expected St. Peter's to try and hit the ground running, but Maliyadeva are the side that have had the bulk of the possession, and opting for the safety of touch of that penalty, and brings play just to around the 40-meter mark. But has been pretty slow from the Peterites so far. We were discussing as well in their earlier game, they've been a bit slow at the breakdowns in this tournament so far. It won't hurt them against opposition like this, but certainly if the game is a bit tighter, it could prove very costly for St. Peter's.
Couldn't agree more, Nathan. And we were talking about the breakdown from St. Peter's. This time They are right on the money, and that's what they need. Tries to take the tap quickly, loses his footing, but nevertheless, Nathan Ferreira with his second one of the game.
It's a brilliant try from Nathan Ferreira. Goes over for his brace. Rajagiriya adds the extras as well. So it's 12 unanswered points with a minute and a half left to play in this first half. And that's a lot more like it from the Petrites. Quick and decisive. Won the penalty. Were quick to send it out wide, and Ferreira was alone out there on the left.
Yes. St. Peter's almost losing that opportunity, trying to take the tap quickly, and now they've kicked off before Maliyadeva players were ready. Referee says play on, and St. Peter's referee says play on, and St. Peter's, they will just walk over for the third try. Maliyadeva, they've got to be more alert.
Yes, the Maliyadeva defense just got lacking there. And that was an easy try for St. Peter's. Conversion once again successful, so it's 19 points to nil as the hooter goes off. And referee blows for half-time. So half that was slow to start, but I'm sure the Petrites will be pleased with the way they managed to end it.
Yes, Nathan, but definitely not what they were expecting. Nevertheless, 17 points to nil. St. Peter's College lead against Maliyadeva College with 7 minutes left. St. Peter's will look to extend this lead.
Yes, and speaking of the off-field mind games as well, St. Joseph's were able to put 34 past Maliyadeva, so that will play on the back of the minds of the Petrites as well. They'd want to try and do a couple better than their counterparts. And their biggest competition in the group only will be able to make it to the Cup Championship out of the group. And they'll be playing off for that at 2 p.m. 2:20 p.m. St. Peter's College taking on St. Joseph's College. Probably match of the day.
Absolutely. They've been looking quite good in this tournament. Both teams are looking quite good in this tournament so far, St. Peter's and St. Joseph's. That match will be quite an interesting one. St. Joseph's team comprising of around 4 or 5 players who have played for their first 15, Nathan.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of first team experience in their ranks for St. Joseph's College. And certainly a very strong under-16 outfit, a good junior program that they've had this year. And we've seen how important that could be, because in our first stint as well, we were discussing about how the last time this tournament was played, it was Wesley College that won it back in 2023. And we saw how good those Wesley sides of 2024 and 2025 were, wasn't it, Virun?
Definitely.
So this tournament certainly an indicator of what we can expect and what's to come in the first 15 setup in the next 2 to 3 years.
Definitely. And it's surprising to see that teams like St. Joseph's and Wesley as well, they've had a couple of players in this under-16 tournament playing their first 15. And it's quite interesting. And big tackle coming in, trying to hold that player up, St. Peter's. Gap opening up in the Petrite defense. missed tackle, but unfortunate knock on from Maliyadeva. And the Petrites will have the scrum from just about the 22-meter.
Yes, Petrite defense found wanting yet again, though we run couple of half breaks from Maliyadeva, and they've only won that scrum because of a handling error on their part.
Is something that St. Peter's need to focus their attention on. We saw a gap opened up in the Petrite defense. Maliyadeva almost exploiting it. Now St. Peter's with the usual move, sending it out wide to Nathan Ferreira. He finds Rajagiriya on the inside. He will go all the way. No one stopping him. Under the post. He will go. Steps off that last man. What a try. What a team effort. And those two players linking was lovely to watch, Nathan.
Yes, Gion and Ferreira proving to be quite the difficult customers for defenders. And conversion goes through as well, so it's 26 points to nothing in favor of the Petrites. And that's much better from them right off the back of the scrum. Sending it from right to left, and then Ferreira found Gion on the inside. Good support in line run from him. And he goes over for the try, and he's also one of the men with the first 15 experience in this Petrite setup as well, and that is clearly showing in what we've seen so far.
Absolutely. And with just about 4 minutes left in this game, St. Peter's College 26 points new against Maliyadeva, and they're slowly creeping up on that mark that St. Joseph's left against this team. Just about 8 points behind. So they'll look to apply more pressure and get a couple of more points on the board before we go into full time.
Yes, certainly, Virun. This time rush defense much better from St. Peter's, trying to pin back Maliyadeva, and again just drop the ball call. Unforced error, but they were playing under advantage, so it will be Maliyadeva's ball. Maliyadeva opt in for touch from that last penalty. And a couple of changes coming as well for both sides. And strength of the bench is important in tournaments like this, isn't it, Virun? It's often a part of the game that goes unnoticed, but when you have long days, when you need to play 3 or 4 games in a day, it really does come to the picture, come the business end of the tournament, and most of these boys will be in action tomorrow as well.
Yes, absolutely. Couldn't agree more, Nathan, but I think it'll be not that much of a hard task for these teams, as they usually play under 16 in the 15s, and they have 5 more players on the bench who are usually on the team. And as we look at that, St. Peter's with yet another try. Sandika, the number 13 jumper. Individual effort from him goes all the way, and the conversion is good.
Yes, that's a moment of individual brilliance there. All started with that line out, managed to spoil it for Maliyadeva, and then a big right foot from Sandiga opened up the spaces for him to go right under the post, and it's 33 points to nothing now. A minute and a half left to play, and hopefully for the Petrites, they'll be eager to add another score or two. Kickoff collected cleanly there by Maliyadeva. and trying to go through.
Feet right line was offside on that occasion. Referee just had his hand up, but now good effort from the beat right defense. Sends him straight into touch.
Yes, and line out come in the way of the beat rights.
With
good defensive effort there by St. Peter's College. Virun managed to send his runner out of touch. And work is clean at line out time, and now the beat rights can run at the Maliyadeva fringes.
And once again, lovely move from the beat rights. Abdullah Fauzan, quite a good player. You saw earlier as well in their first match. He had a try, and once again, lovely move from the beat rights. Set play from them, and the conversion is good. And that will be full time. St. Peter's College 40 points to 0 against Maliyadeva. Just edging past St. Joseph's score, and that will be, as we look at the full-time confirmation, 40 points to 0. St. Peter's College take the victory against Maliyadeva. And next up we have St. Joseph's College taking on Nugala Central.
Yes, Nugala Central suffering a heavy defeat at the hands of St. Peter's in their first game, 45 points to nothing. And St. Joseph's as well, Virun, just like the Pete Rights in their previous game, will be hoping to try and match that margin of victory, if not better it.
Absolutely. And St. Peter's will be happy with their performance, and that they were able to top up that performance of the Josephians against Maliyadeva. And mind games off the field, St. Joseph's will look to up the score of the beat rights against Nugala College. St. Joseph's to start this game. And this team, favorites of this tournament. Not collected clean from Nugala. And straight away St. Joseph's with the feed in to the scrum. St. Joseph's need to apply early pressure, something St. Peter's couldn't do in the previous game, the first few minutes. Nevertheless, now St. Joseph's will have an easy one. They have no problem going over the line in less than a minute of the first half.
Yes, right out the back of the scrum. That's a lovely team try from the Josephians. Unselfish play. Passing into the open spaces, and an easy try to kickstart things in this clash. Conversion goes astray, but it will remain 5 points to nothing after just the first minute, and this is exactly the kind of start that St. Joseph's College would have wanted.
Yes, and as you say that, the weather not looking too good. We have a steady increase of rain. Now St. Joseph's have knocked the ball on, and Nugala will have the feed into the scrum.
And now Nugala looping it out to the right hand side. The gap's just not opening for them. But an advantage coming their way nonetheless.
Tries to cut back inside. Runs into that Josephian defense. Ball pops out of the ruck. Nevertheless, Nugala comes away with the ball. Now, interesting to see what they'll decide to do. They decide to go to touch. Ball bounced in before going into touch. Josephians were not that far behind. Now St. Joseph's as well, not up to the flying start that we expected to see. Nevertheless, waiting till they get their rhythm in this game.
Line out not clean, but it's Nugala that come away with the ball. Well, looks like they've lost it, and ball has been turned over by the Josephians. And now they've got an extra man on the outside, but just losing the ball forward. Dropped it like a cake of soap. And with the wet and underfoot conditions that are starting to build up at Ananda at the moment, you can't really blame him, can you?
Absolutely. Nevertheless, wasn't the correct technique to catch a wet ball, in my opinion. Nevertheless, we've seen mistakes from both sides. Weather is not helping them. Now Nugala. Big strong tackle coming in from the Josephians. Nugala trying to run from their own half, not rolling away, says the referee. Twisting and turning. Still inside their 22 is Nugala. Sends it out wide.
Yes, Nugala doing well to keep possession, Virun, but nothing's really coming. It's all sideways and backwards for them. No real net gain. Just being pinned back in their own 22, and you feel that another score for St. Joseph's is just a turnover away, but that's a big bump off coming in from the Nugala lad, and that's that turnover we were talking about. Taken quickly by the Josephians. Pops it up for his number 9.
Scrappy stuff from the Josephians. In too much of a hurry. They need to stick to basic rugby and not try anything fancy. Some of the players are not very happy about their performance. And the ball comes out of the tunnel. St. Joseph's just 5 points ahead of Nugala.
Yes, after going over in just the first 30 seconds, St. Joseph's College had been made to wait, like we were saying earlier. Nugala did well to keep the ball, but now they've just lost it. Advantage for high tackle. They won't need that. As Cristino Anthony goes over for St. Joseph's College to double the advantage right on the brink of halftime.
St. Joseph's, they'll be relieved to get that score just before we go into Lemons. And referee says we has one more play. Now St. Joseph's scrappy ball for both teams. Advantage for them. Sends it out. Defense coming in from Nugala. He needs to go out of there. Now St. Joseph's needs 3 men to bring him down. There's a man on the outside, and number 35, strong fend off. Second try for him. Cristino Anthony.
That's the second try in 2 minutes for him, and after being made to wait in this first half, St. Joseph's College have managed a couple of tries right on the brink of halftime to extend their lead to 17 points at the end of this first 7 minutes.
As we have the halftime confirmation, 17 points to nil. St. Joseph's lead against Nugala Central College. St. Joseph's just getting that final few points in the last couple of minutes, or seconds rather. And they won't be happy with their performance in the first 5-6 minutes of that game, Nathan.
Yes, definitely, Virun. At least defensively, they'd want to be a bit more clinical. Pretty slow at the breakdowns, not managing a turnover. They had to wait for the error to come from Nugala Central rather. But the better defenses going around typically tend to force the issue and try and force the error out of the opposition.
Yes, Nathan, I think if Nugala were just a little bit more tighter on their defense, this score would have been a bit more closer. Nevertheless, St. Joseph's have to get their breakdowns right. Their work at ruck time so far hasn't been too good. And from a team like this, it's not something that we expect to see. They're one of the favorites in this tournament. And having the experience of a couple of first 15 players in the team as well, they need to do much better than this. They have a couple of difficult teams coming up ahead. They want to go through in this tournament. St. Joseph's. And now, quick hands from the Josephians. Takes 4 men to bring him down. And they need to send it out now, St. Joseph's. Wayward pass. Good defense coming in from Nugala. That pass was miles forward.
Yes, referee finally spotting that Virun. Bit late to blow, but the correct decision nonetheless. And Nugala with a scrum in their favour inside the Josephian half, which we haven't seen so far today. Hopefully they can make it count and perhaps try and clinch their first points in this tournament. Couldn't score against the Petrites, and so far in 8 minutes haven't been able to be threatening on the attack against St. Joseph's either. So it will be a moral victory if Nugala are able to try and get a score.
And the ball doesn't go through the scrum. Now St. Joseph's unfortunately knocks it on. Would have done him better if he tried to put another kick in and correct it later on. Nevertheless, Nugala with yet another scrum and another couple of changes coming in. This time for Nugala, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Yes, but that you have to say that's an opportunity that goes big in for St. Joseph's College. He wasn't in a position to try and collect that ball off the floor. Would have done, like you said, would have done a lot better to put another kick in and perhaps chase that down. Clearly had the wheels on him to beat his defender to the try line.
Absolutely.
But it's a bit of a respite for Nugala.
Now Nugala. Pass does go out, but turned over from the Josephines. It's that man once again, Anthony. Now, strong carry from the Josephines. Sends it out wide, and easy does it for them. Rian Jawadana. He'll go all the way. St. Joseph's now 22 points nil with a conversion to come. Conversion is good. 24 points to nil. And with just under 4 minutes left in this game, St. Joseph's are running away with it as we expected.
Yes, it took them a minute or two to get things going in the second half as well, but nonetheless, a brilliant try from the Josephians and much better defensively as well. It all started with that ripping of the ball from Anthony. And Joes, as we know, have the gas in the line to finish off their moves, but it's a defensive aspect that they need to work on, isn't it, Virun?
Absolutely. And we're talking about that as well. St. Joseph's at ruck time in the breakdown haven't been the best so far. Something they need to improve on when taking on the bigger teams like Royal College and St. Peter's College.
Yet again, untidy scrum, but it's Nugala that come away with the penalty. Winning the penalty, and once again that's a big carry going straight through the middle is the number 23 for St. Joseph's. Stubborn defense though coming from Nugala, but it's St. Joseph's that's gaining territory and moving forward. Here's the number 8 now goes right through the gap and touches down for the try. And this is a lot better from the Josephians, Virun.
Definitely. And with just 1.5 minutes left in the game, now St. Joseph's 29 points, 2-0.
It's St. Joseph's with the restart. They'll be hoping for probably another score or two in this last minute to really top off this performance from them. That's another lovely run from the number 8. Brilliant offload off the floor as well, out to his number 23. Just one phase away for St. Joseph's, but the Nugala defense back in time. Make a timely tackle, but the score is still on for the Josephians.
What a defense from Nugala. Nevertheless, St. Joseph's will go over. Zenith Rodrigo in the number 8 jumper. No problem for him. Made a lovely break. And the conversion is good. 38 points to nil. And that will be full time in this game. St. Joseph's finding their footing in the last couple of minutes of the match. As we have the full-time confirmation, St. Joseph's College 38 points to nil against Nugala Central. Coming up next, we have Wesley College taking on Ananda College live from the Ananda College grounds in Rajagiriya. And we'll have a change of voice in the commentary.
We are in for another cracker of a match. Wesley College taking on Ananda College. Ananda, of course, losing that game to Dharmaraja in their opening fixture, 12 points to 7. On the other hand, it wasn't a cakewalk for Wesley either. They had their moments where they were in the back foot when they played against Sri Sumangala, but they ended up winning the game 10 points to nil. And welcome to the commentary box, Muad.
Thank you, Kevin. It's been a very, very gloomy affair and an afternoon which still feels like 8 in the morning. And Ananda, last year's plate runners-up, playing last year's semi-finalist Wesley, Cup quarter-finalist rather, Wesley this time around.
Well, Ananda would have expected to beat Dharmaraja in their opening fixture, which they lost 12 points to 5, and
in their own backyard as well.
Absolutely. And Ananda do have an early line out through just outside of the 50-meter mark. Wesley did show some trouble with their defense early on against Sri Sumangala College Panadura in their first game, and Panadura came ever so close to score a few tries, but they just couldn't get the job done. But this time, Wesley seems like have knocked the ball forward, so should be a scrum in favor of Ananda. They were trying to steal the ball off the line out through, knocking the ball forward in that process. And of course, as we know, Wesley were the champions of the under-18 sevens tournament that we had a few weeks back, and they will be looking that they can double it up with the 10s championship as well.
Yes, the under-18 team, of course, for Wesley was almost full of first 15 players. In this outfit, we have Sharfan Wadud playing at scrum half, who played plenty of games as starting scrum half for Wesley. Akesh Sadish, who also had a stint at scrum half at the first 15 outfit. Except those two, others are fresh under 16 players, and Ananda, of course, playing at their own backyard. They have a lot to prove this time around. They played some brilliant rugby last year at Pallekele. They beat Royal as well in the plate semis. Here's Wadud razzling his way to score the first try for the Double Blues.
Just one side step, beating the defense of Anand, and it was a clear path for Wadud to run over to score the opening try of the game for Wesley College, and
this is the start that they were looking for. Ananda on the back foot straight away with a conversion to come for Wesley. And it hasn't been converted. So the scoreline will remain Wesley 5 and Ananda 0.
St. Thomas's, of course, are the defending champions. Last time around, last year at Pallekele, they pulled off an absolutely thrilling masterclass in the finals against Kingswood. And Wesley's Johar just falling short to collect. He was too eager. It was a very good tactical move by Wesley, unfortunately, missing out by a few inches.
Well, Ananda can't afford to waste any more time here. And they do have an advantage coming their way, quickly taken by the number 9, Megasuri. And he has made strides taking Ananda just outside of that 22-meter mark. Does Ananda have the legs to break this Wesley defense? A lovely, lovely sidestep there from the number 13 of Ananda, which is Savidya. And he has won his team a penalty as well, quickly taken there from Ananda. And Ananda doesn't waste any time. They hit back at Wesley, making it a 5-all game with a conversion to come. A tough one at that.
Great attacking play by Ananda, and Wesley just a bit too eager in that restart that has costed them this try.
Well, another left footer. We saw Denet Chamudita dominate the senior level early on in the year, and the conversion is just wide. So the scoreline will remain Ananda 5 and Wesley 0, and this promised to be Wesley 5 rather. It promised to be a cracker of a contest, and it has started off well in an entertaining fashion. End-to-end tries from both sides.
Ananda coming off a rather heartbreaking loss against Dharmaraja. They will try to prove a point here amidst a slight wet condition. Thankfully, the weather gods have been gracious. We thought it might end up being a rain fest. However, the contest is back in action. And Wesley, will they go into touch? And yes, they do.
Well, this is of course one of the toughest groups that we've had throughout this tournament. In most of the game groups, you have two teams that are very, very good sides, and the other being just a bit lesser known than them, I would say. But in this particular group, you have Anand, you have Wesley, and you also have Dharmaraja. And Dharmaraja winning that game against Anand early on really opened this group wide open. And here's the number 2 of Anand finding some space, making some meters there. Last position, Wesley, quick to take it and run. Well, yellow card awarded for Anand. He will have to spend the next couple of minutes in the sin bin. Here's the opportunity for Wesley to capitalize on the numbers advantage, and their touch finding kick is good
by Ahya and Johar. I think Kevin, he was in the short list for the Sri Lanka Schools under-18 football nationals as well. So a prolific boot he got under his belt. The background you see some of the first 15 players of Ananda, including the skipper Sadev Disanayaka.
Here's the opportunity for Wesley to get the lead back. They are working the ball out wide towards that right hand side, and now just inches away from the right rush, and they have grounded the ball. I believe that was the number 11 of Wesley, Jonathan Vijay Singh, who was the try scorer. We'll have to look at a replay to probably see who scored that, but as it looked, it was Jonathan Vijay Surya who scored that try for Wesley, and the conversion is just wide. So the scoreline will remain Wesley 10.
The try scorer Jonathan Vijay Singh led Wesley's under 14 side in 2023 for the All Ireland Championship, beating Isipatana at Royal Complex. Ananda College, of course, playing at home. They're trailing by 5 points. They're a team that can pull off a comeback out here against Wesley, who have missed back-to-back conversions.
Wesley, of course, in the past few years have dominated the junior sector, and that clearly showed up in their first 15 performance in the concluded season as well, ending up on the top 4. And that is a luxury you have when you have a good junior setup that comes back to help you when you move on to the senior sector as well. 10 points to 5. Still the game is wide open, but Ananda needs to start the second half well. They can't afford to concede another try here.
A small correction, I mentioned that Jonathan Vijay Singh for Wesley, he was named the best player of the tournament in 2023 in the Under 14 All Ireland Championship, and Akesh Sadish was the captain. Sharfan Wadud also played in this team.
Hopefully we are in for another 7 minutes of intense rugby action in this under 16 10-a-side tournament. Just 5 points separating the two sides, a matter of scoring a try for Anand. But Wesley, if they can score another try here, they will really put a lot of pressure on the home side, I would say, playing in their home ground.
And Kevin, technically speaking, Wesley are the favourites coming into this tournament, as they were back-to-back under 14 champions in 2022 and 2023. But however, there seems to be a pretty lackluster performance on the first day. They might be getting into their groove compared to the other teams. So back-to-back under 14 championships in Kurunagala and Colombo in 2022 and 2023 will have a lot of responsibility and a lot of hope in their shoulders to go on to win that under 16 championship as well.
Well, so far from what we've seen from Ananda College grounds, it is St. Peter's who have looked the most controlled side, getting 240 plus scores.
And just completely running riot against their opponents with sheer brilliance and lots of physicality coming in as well.
Wesley gets the ball back on the court for holding on to that ball. Scrum in favour of Wesley now. And talking about St. Peter's, they have a very, very tough opponent in St. Joseph's to play in their next game. That'll be a cracker of a game as well. Whenever St. Joseph's take on St. Peter's, there's always a buzz around that particular game, and now, Wesley with the scrum.
Definitely, Kevin. Traditional rivals, Joe Pitt has always put on fire performances, and brilliant play by Akesh to Wadod, and Jonathan is pulled into touch.
Well, good defensive work from Ananda as well to drag the play out of touch to keep the danger away, but they have to do well with the line out throw here. Won't be easy with the slippery conditions that we have here at Rajagiriya. Ananda with the line out throw inside their own half. Knocked it forward, or was it crooked?
I think it was closing the gap by the Wesley flanker.
Ananda with some space on the outside, but failing to collect the ball there, the number winner, Sampath.
Kevin, it's the slippery ball that coming into play.
Well, fortunately for us that we didn't have any heavy showers. Yes, there was a bit of a slight drizzle and a shower early on in the morning. But as of now, the conditions have been a bit better. Not really extreme. And Wesley with the scrum, with 4 minutes to go in the game, will be looking to score a try and try to close the game out. Quick hands, lovely hands, but this time the pass falls in no man's land. But the number 10, 13 of Wesley.
Vijay Singh there he was in smelling range of the try line, and he just got overexcited.
Well, on another day, a drier surface, he would have just ran on to the whitewash, and Wesley have another opportunity. Jonathan tried to take it quickly. Akesh rather tried to take it quickly.
Just running into traffic with the Wesleyites. We saw earlier. Now that is Shahil.
Immaculate defense so far from the Anandians, not allowing Wesley to go over. But this time they do have some space, and they will go over to get the lead back. That is Jonathan with another try. Now it is a 10-point game with a conversion to come. Anand clearly on the back foot with just over 2 minutes to go in this game. Will be an uphill task for them to come back into this.
Now Johar with a tough conversion, got the distance, not the direction.
Nevertheless, Wesley do have a 10-point cushion, and Anand has to show a lot of urgency here if they are to win the game. As said, not going to be an easy task for them. It looks like it will be 2 losses in the bounds for Anand in their home backyard.
Wesley, even though they have got a comfortable lead of 10 points, they have to be mindful of slotting those conversions in the crucial matchups. 6 points gone in vain for the double blues. That will come in very, very handy in crunch encounters.
Line out for Wesley. We're into the final minute of the game, and Wesley knows that all they have to do is to hold on to position, not do anything silly. The line of throw is good as well. Wesley playing it smart here. with some short passes, having their line organized. But Ananda have a slight hope, and they opt to go for the scrum.
Wesley, it's just giving away position to Ananda. It's falling on the ruck. Not the most ideal thing to do, especially a coach killer. They are in the front foot and they should play it smart and with a bit of sense there. Ananda now having no option, kick the ball out wide, and Wesley, it's they might want to run a bit more and go for another try.
Well, it was a very interesting call from Ananda to go for scrum from that range. They could have opted to go for a touch finder instead of that. And Wesley will just put the ball out and they will seal the deal here at Rajagiriya, winning 2 games in a row. This time beating Ananda 15 points to 5. Here's the confirmation of the full-time score. Wesley 15 and Ananda 5. Well, up next it is Dharmaraja College taking on Sri Sumangala Panadu. Dharmaraja, of course, are beating Ananda in that opening game, 12 points to 7. And Sumangala, on the other hand, showed a lot of promise in that game against Wesley. So this should be another cracker of a contest. Dharmaraja with some excellent defending early on, but have conceded an infringement, allowing or rather giving some breathing space for Sumangala inside their own half. Knocking the ball forward, Dharmaraja gets it back, and with some space, Dharmaraja moves forward. This time they do have a man on the outside, but he opts to go on his own, the number 13. He has been brilliant in that first game, and he scores another try, which is Chamia Anjana. What a start for Dharmaraja. And the conversion is through as well. 7 points in a. These Dharmaraja youngsters are showing a lot of courage and talent early on in this competition. Dharmaraja, of course, got demoted from the 15 segment to the B segment rather. But the youngsters here showing that there is plenty of talent left in the tank for their school. Goes deep again now with the kick, failing to collect there properly, Sumangala, and they have given back position to Dharmaraja. So will be a scrum in favor of Dharmaraja now.
Dharmaraja last year, they went down fighting 5 points to 0 in the plate finals against the much fancied Isipatana outfit at Pallikale in the under-16 tournament last year, where the Thomians were the champions. This time around, the Rajans are showing a lot of promise, Kevin.
Absolutely, and they have been pulled in a tougher group as well. But they've beaten Ananda, and they are looking good against Sri Sumangala. And up next, they have a very tough battle against Wesley as well. But nevertheless, the game is not done yet. It is just 3 minutes from kickoff. But Dharmaraja having an early lead of 7 points with possession inside Sumangala's half, and Sumangala knocking the ball forward while trying to steal the ball from Dharmaraja.
And talk about Sri Sumangala, Kevin, last year we were at Pallekele, and there was a lot of promise shown by the Sumangala lads from Panadura in the Shield final against St. Peter's College. It was 32-0. It was a 32-0 drubbing for Sumangala, but they came on towards the Shield finals last time around at Pallekele, and they showed plenty of promise. And the Sumangala lads, they have shown a lot of promise yet again this time around, even though being on the losing side in the first game.
Absolutely, even in that game against Wesley, their wingers showed that they have a lot of pace in them. Well, goes deep with the line out through Dharmaraja. Still managing to hold on to position. Here's the bigger lad from Lakeview in Kandy. Can they go over to score their second try? Sumangala not making things easy for the Rajans, and they've done well in the defense, but they have conceded a penalty. So Dharmaraja will have another go.
You're talking about Lakeview, and my goodness, what a picturesque ground that is up in the hills of Kandy, and one of the most beautiful views of the Kandy town as well. And Dharmaraja being the last Kandy side to clinch the league, until Trinity pulled off that almost 4-decade-long wait to take the league back to the Hill Capital School. So Dharmaraja, in 2013, they were one of the brilliant outfits produced by the Lakeview School.
Well, as we've spoken about it, Dharmaraja being one of the best schools in 2013, winning the league. But unfortunately, they, along with the other, got demoted this season. But I don't think it'll take a lot of time for them to get back into the top flight, because there's plenty of quality left in both the schools, especially Dharmaraja. As you can see, the under-16 team doing ever so well.
Dharmaraja too have had many junior sides that have gone on to perform really well, and winning some championship titles as well during the past 2 decades.
Well, it has been an interesting last few minutes since Dharmaraja has scored. Yes, they have spent most of the time in Sumangala's half, but Sumangala hasn't really allowed Dharmaraja to create any space to go through them and score that try, and that is something that the lads from Panadura have done well so far. And if they can score here before the halftime break, that will really open this game up. Sumangala looking for some space.
And Kevin, some interesting news coming in from Bambalapitiya is that Prince of Wales, who have been newly promoted to the top flight in the A division next year in the under-20 segment, have defeated DS Innanai College 5-0, and we see the first yellow card of the game for Dharmaraja for a dangerous tackle there.
Well, Prince of Wales, of course, won their first game against Vidyartha as well. So they've gone 2 games in a row and putting themselves in a very good position to be in the cup segment. And that is something very good to see, isn't it?
And they have proved a point. And here at Ananda College grounds, Lumbini, who are the other team alongside Prince of Wales, qualified for the top division next year, beating Zahira College convincingly. So two teams have proven their mettle this time around. And Sumangala, will they go in for their opening try of the game? No, he's held short by the Rajan's last man of defense, and it's time for lemons.
A bright spot there for Sumangala, right at the brink of half-time. A try there would have given them a lot of confidence, but unfortunately for them, just being dragged out of touch with the try line within the eyesight. But nevertheless, they've done well to just concede one try. And since then, their defense has been a bit more organized than what it was early on in the game. And here's the confirmation of the halftime score. Dharmaraja 7 and Sri Sumangala Panadura 0. Well, we'll go for a very short commercial break and we'll bring you more action from the other half.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Welcome back to the live action. This is game number 12 of day 1 of the under-16s tennis-side tournament, and this is Sri Sumangala College taking on the Dharmaraja College Kandy. Dharmaraja getting an early try in the game. Haven't been able to score a try since then, but they have been the better side with the better position. But Sumangala will not sit back here. They will be looking to score a try as soon as they can. 7 points to nil. Just a matter of a try and a conversion for Sri Sumangala College, Panadura.
I think, Kevin, the Sumangala lads haven't really proven their capability. They are a side that I believe can do wonders if they get their act together.
Well, we've seen what they can actually do in bits and pieces, but they need to convert those bits and pieces into some full-blown moves. And again, just being dragged out of touch. But was there a heavy hit on that player who was being dragged out? Yes, there was. So a yellow card for Dharmaraja. Here's the opportunity for Sumangala with the numbers advantage. High tackle was the call from the referee. Nizam Tarindurad. Interesting call from Sri Sumangala going for that scrum. Probably looking to open up their flankers on the right hand side. Have two men on the outside here. Opts to go for the flank on the deep, and he just spills the ball out from his hands. Scrum in favor of Dharmaraja now inside their own half. Very deep inside their half. So they can't afford to make any cardinal errors here. Just over 4 minutes to go in this game. Dharmaraja with a lead, a slender lead of 7 points in it. Clears the ball.
Sumangala with a long throw in. They are yet to trouble the scoreboard. Still have plenty of time left to get to that whitewash. Minutes to go in the game, and Dharmaraja holding on to that 7-point lead, and they now have a line out through right at the 50-meter mark. A good throw from them, tries to form that maul, but Sumangala not committing to it, so will be their position now. Do they have enough legs to go all the way towards that whitewash and score a try here in the dying moments of this game? One thing for sure, Sumangala has to score from under the post if they are to equalize this game, because kicking hasn't been easy. But they have just handed the ball back to Dharmaraja. Kevin Sri Sumangala Panudura is almost in smelling range to score that equalizing try. Well, this probably should be the last move of the game.
Dharmaraja looking to score a try. Dharmaraja, if they can close this game out the way it is now, it is going to be a mouth-watering clash when they face off against Wesley. That game will be played at 3 p.m. approximately as per the schedule. And the full-time whistle or the hooter goes on. So this will be the final move of the game. Goes deep with the kick. And that will be it. Dharmaraja have held on to their early 7-point lead. But indeed a very good performance from Sumangala despite not scoring. They managed to hold Dharmaraja as far as they can. That's a confirmation of the full-time score. Dharmaraja 7 and Sri Sumangala 0. And the game next will be Royal College taking on St. Sylvester's College. And for that game, we'll have a change of voices.
College take on Royal College. So I welcome Johnny the Himsara into the commentary box. A very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, Nathan. Royal taking on St. Sylvester's. So far we witnessed some interesting clashes.
Yes, St. Sylvester's were able to run Thurstan a bit close in their previous game, and for Royal they steamrolled past Sri Rahula 48 points to nothing, and Royal will be hoping for more of the same in this game as well.
Kickoff has been kick to touch, and it's a free kick in favor of St. Sylvester's. Not the ideal start from Royal.
Quick tap is taken, but Royal defense is up there straight away. St. Sylvester's managing to keep the ball. And now that pass really needed to stick, and unfortunately ball is lost forward. And that's taken quickly, but he will be called back by the referee. And luckily for Royal as well, he was bundled into touch, wasn't he, Janidu? Sparing some blushes for the Royalists by calling play back. Play has to restart from a scrum.
It's definitely Royal number 15. Most probably did not hear the whistle from the referee. And it's a scrum down in favor of Royal. Early opportunity for them. Is the ball available for Royal? Looking for space, but he's been brought to touch. Good defensive work by St. Sylvester's. They seem to be having a bit of an improvement in their defense compared to the last game.
Yes, definitely, Janidu. In the last game as well, they were good in the first half, but probably lost a bit of gas in the second half, and that's what cost them. Hopefully they'll be able to maintain the same momentum over the 14 minutes.
Yes, definitely. That is key, and also holding on to possession. That's the most important thing. Shorter games, just 14 minutes. Yet another scrum in favor of Royal. It's a slight knock forward by St. Sylvester's in that previous line out. Clean scrum. Yes, the number 12 goes to
hit and he's been brought down. Space available. Can Royal score the first try? Good defensive work there by the number 11. Very unfortunate there for Royal.
Yes, the build-up certainly pointed towards a promising play for the Royalists, but that's a good defense from St. Sylvester's, managing to force the error as well. But looks like he's done himself a bit of damage in the process. Line flat on the floor, and that's never a good sign, isn't it, Janidu?
Yes, it is, Nathan. But overall, a good tackle as well. A good hit on the Royal player. Hope he can recover. Interesting, 3 minutes down. Both teams without a score.
It's a good opportunity for some good opportunity to just go over the basics and send some orders to the players as well for the coaches. They've seen about 3 minutes of play so far. And a good opportunity for a breather as well for the players. It's not easy playing 14 minutes with a lesser amount of players.
Slight advantage here today for these players. There's no much sun out in the field here. It's a bit of cloudy and we witnessed some rain here and there as well. But the only challenge was playing under slippery conditions with the wet ball, especially these boys being youngsters, playing with less experience, but definitely all will be good lessons for their future. Seems like the number 1 for St. Sylvester's will be taken out after a brutal hit. He'll be replaced. Most probably, I believe he's been taken for a concussion test.
Yes, looks like it. Looked rather sheepish getting up as well. So the officials prioritizing the players' safety as they should, and will be off for an HIA. And now play can restart with a scrum in favor of St. Sylvester's. Just the 3 minutes played so far. Step back inside, made a half break, did the number 15. This is promising stuff from St. Sylvester so far, isn't it, Janidu?
Yes, definitely, Nathan. One thing is they've held on to possession, which is really important. Were very bad pass there. We just spoke about their possession, but fortunate enough, referee has awarded a penalty in favor of St. Sylvester's. 4 minutes down and they've not let Royal score as well. Royal also being a promising side in this tournament. One of the favourites.
As Royal College making a return of sorts as well, isn't it, Janidu? You don't see them playing 7-a-side or 10-a-side tournaments. And they really hit the ground running in that first game. 48 points to nothing against Sri Rahula. But haven't been able to break their duck yet in this game. And that throw will be called crooked. Could see it from here, Janidu. That is an opportunity that goes begging for St. Sylvester's, and the first bit of possession really for Royal College, and will get a chance to see what they can make of it with ball in hand.
Yes, definitely. That was way too good. And the scrum has been awarded in favor of Royal College. The scrum looks steady. The ball has been sent out.
to go on his own, and he was through but couldn't hold on. Looking for options. Will he have the support? Yes, he does. Looked like a knock forward to me, but referee says play on. Switches direction.
Royal College now knocking on the door. The number 8 bumps off a couple of tacklers, but is brought down well. There's space out wide on the left-hand side. Needs to go to hand. The pass does go to hand. And it's Royal College that touchdown for the first try in this game. And that's a try that's been a long time coming for them. And a deserved try as well, you have to say, Janidu, for the way they played the past couple of minutes.
Yes, certainly it is. That was some lovely work by Royal. Kept that position. Continued their game plan and saw that overlap. And Royal finally manages to score in the 6th minute of this game. They take the lead. 7 points to 0 over St. Sylvester's College. We are almost a few seconds away from the half time. Can St. Sylvester's come back with a reply?
Restart goes out of bounds. St. Sylvester's making the mistake of letting the ball bounce. And went off one of their players as well, so it's a line out in favor of the Royalists as the hooter goes off. And a chance for Royal to try and close out this half with a score.
Interested to see what the St. Sylvester's player did out there. Yes, that rolling more from Royal. Doesn't matter whether it's junior, senior, it's always dangerous when Royal College forms that rolling more, but interesting call from the referee. He says barging. That'll be yet another penalty in favor of Royal. Will they opt for the same option? The previous rolling more was quite unstoppable, Nathan. And definitely they are in their 5 meter as well. And exactly like we spoke, the try has been awarded.
That's a brilliant try from the Royalists. From their signature rolling maul as well, Janidu, bringing it to the tennis-side circuit as well. Not something you see quite often. But Royal have managed to get it right.
Well, yes, we've seen all over the years how good Royal is when it comes to the rolling maul. And meanwhile, that's a lovely conversion. Referee says it's the half time. Royal will take on charge 14 points to 0 over St. Sylvester's College. The first 5 minutes, both teams were without a score, and last 2 minutes Royal have been able to capitalize.
As you have your half-time confirmation, 14 unanswered points for the Royalists. And like you said, Janidu, it was a game that really started slowly, isn't it? St. Sylvester's managed to keep bulk of the possession in those opening exchanges, but like we said, all it needed was just one turnover for Royal, and after that managed to keep the ball at hand and finish off that first half on a high with a couple of tries.
Yes, like you mentioned initially in the game, Nathan, about St. Sylvester's, even in the previous game they've been really good in the first few minutes, and later on is where they had the problem, and we can see the same problem from St. Sylvester's here as well. Hopefully they'll bounce back in the second half. I mean, while Royal would love to extend their lead, gain confidence, score more tries, because it's definitely going to be tough moving forward in this tournament.
are both teams ready for the restart now, and it will be St. Sylvester's to kick things off in the second half. Hopefully, they'll be able to try and find a score at the very least in this game.
Definitely they can, Nathan. Just needs to continue and hold on to their momentum. They've been brilliant in the first few minutes. They just have to find their own rhythm. That's what Royal was able to do in the final 2 minutes of the first half. Definitely they would want to continue that for the second 7 minutes. Lovely high-hanging kick. Tries to go on his own, but he's been brought down.
So now Royal trying to go into contact, breaks past a couple of tackles and gains some meters for his side. And that pass really did need to go to hand, and he's lost it forward. Sold his teammate down the river on that occasion. But if that pass was just a little bit better, he was through clean on goal, wasn't he, Janidu? So that's a chance that goes big in for Royal.
Yes, definitely had the overlap there. If the pass was accurate, could have definitely been yet another try for Royal, or at least some decent meters gained. But now we spoke about St. Sylvester's coming back into the game, and they've got a brilliant opportunity here. A scrum down in favour of them in their own green zone. Royal forwards seems to be pressurizing the scrum, which is they are very capable of doing. They are very well known for that. We've got some big forwards in their lineup. And here's the scrum down. Ball available for St. Sylvester's. Sends it out, puts on a goose step. The number 4 fends off one. Here they are playing with some good face, trying to run around. Seemed like a dangerous tackle to me, but no call from the referee.
Yes, and the line out going the way of Royal as well. So eventually getting what they wanted, Royal College. And some substitutions as well. Both coaches going to their benches, Janidu. And bench strength is important as well in tournaments like this, when you have to play 3 or 4 matches in a day.
Yes, definitely, Nathan. And these guys are youngsters. It's important to rotate all your resources. It's all about their workload management as well. And here's a lovely pass to the number 11. There's no way you can stop him. He will score the 3rd try for Royal. Simple work there, sticky to basics. Just sending it out wide. Lovely draw and pass, and Royal managed to score 19 points to nil with the under the post conversion to come. And it's a piece of cake for him as well. It will be 21 points to nil. Royal taking over St. Sylvester's College with 4 minutes remaining in the second half.
Yes, a bit slow to get going in the second half as well. Taking about 3.5 minutes to get on the score sheet, but what a try it was from Royal. Just opened up the spaces and went right round the St. Sylvester's defense.
One thing is that Royal has been able to settle. They've taken a bit of time, but most importantly, what they've done is they have settled. They have found out their rhythm, which is very good signs to move forward in these types of tournaments. A lovely high kick, lovely collection there. Referee
pretty sure. Sounded like a dangerous tackle to me. The player was on the air.
Yes, and looks like he's done some damage to his knee as well. Doesn't look good at all. Thankfully, he's back up on his feet. And certainly, referee will be tempted to go into his pocket. Janidu, that was very cynical from the Royal Charger there. Needed to wait for the player to come down. And yes, referee has gone into his pocket, and Royal will play the next couple of minutes with just the 9 men on the park.
There's no doubt about it. Rules have been strict when it comes to rugby now. Definitely the referee will have to go for the pocket. And here's an opportunity for St. Sylvester. Royal now down to 9 men. Can St. Sylvester's capitalize on that opportunity?
It's at least a score is what they'd want, St. Sylvester's. And we'll have to wait for a ball, isn't it, Janidu? Just waiting for the ball so we can continue. Just 2.5 minutes left in this game, and up next we'll have Thurstan College taking on Sri Rahula College in Group G. And after that, Kingswood College taking on Lumbini College in Group H, and that will probably be a very closely contested match, isn't it, Janidu?
Yes, definitely, Nathan. Except for the first 2-3 games in the morning. Games have been interesting clashes, and yes, a ball is available on the field and we are back to play. Line out in favor of St. Sylvester's. Very well contested there. He was eagerly waiting for that. Right on time. Doesn't matter whether it's senior or junior levels, Royal forwards have always stood up whenever the team has asked for. And now it's a penalty in favor of Royal.
Yes, and once again, Janidu opting for touch, the Royalists. So looks like even though this is 10-a-side rugby, they'll still be relying on that rolling maul of theirs.
Definitely why the reason why they opted for the touch, and it's a 5-meter line out as well. We all know when there is a penalty, Royal will touch and in that rolling maul. They head into the line out with all their forwards.
Just a slight delay before we can get underway, but yes, we do. And now Royal College with the rolling maul once again, just motoring through towards the try line, and Royal College go over for their 4th try and their 2nd try courtesy the rolling maul, Janidu.
There's no way stopping that rolling maul, Nathan. It's brilliant to see they're using these rolling mauls at this level as well. Probably maturing these players for the future as well. It's 26 points to nil with the conversion to come. Takes a deep breath, looks into the post. It's not successful, but Royal wouldn't mind that. It's 26 points to nil. Royal leading over St. Sylvester's.
Yes, pretty comfortable victory in the end for the Royalists, although they have been a bit slow at times. That has mainly been due to the fact that St. Sylvester's have probably had more possession in this game, Janidu. But it's the Royalists that have made full use of their possession and gone over for 4 tries.
Once again, a good high-hanging kick. This time, less pressure by Royal, but puts it to boot by St. Sylvester's. Well collected there by the number 21, and he tries to go around the St. Sylvester's defense. He's been brought down, and he has been brought to touch as well.
Yes, was good from him. Thought he had options on the inside as well, Janidu. He might have done a bit better to try and find one of them. But it's St. Sylvester's now that have a line out in their favour.
Yes, definitely. If he had opted to go to the inside, definitely would have Royal would have had the opportunity of holding on to possession, maybe score another try. Interesting call here. Referee offers a free kick to Royal. Not so sure what the concern was. And here's Royal with another opportunity. Has space available on the outside, and he will score in the corner flag. Has the try been awarded? That's the question.
Yes, the try is chalked off. So it's Royal College that will win this game 26 points to nothing over St. Sylvester's. And another comfortable victory for Royal to go with the 45-0 drubbing over Sri Rahula in the first game. There you have your full-time confirmation. Royal College 26 and no points for St. Sylvester's College. And moving into our next game, Thurstan College taking on Sri Rahula College in this Group G fixture. And if you're just joining us, folks, we're joining you live from the Under 16 10-a-side Schools Rugby Tournament for 2025. This is Day 1 action from the Ananda College grounds in Rajagiriya, and we have action at St. Peter's College in Bambalapitiya. And plenty of action tomorrow as well on finals day. Day 2's action all live from Bambalapitiya tomorrow. As Thurstan College are ready to kick us off.
Puts on a deep kick. Well collected there by the player, and he puts it to boot as well. There is a chase. Very unfortunate there. That's a knock forward. There's all that pressure by the Rahula, number 12. Brilliant chase from him.
Green ball.
Came all in.
Coach. Bind. Set. Hold. Red. Outhook.
And Thurstan College managing to outhook Sri Rahula. And now they can send it to their line. That's a lovely step from the number 22. Have an extra man on the left. Tries to go by himself and pops it up. Now here come Thurstan once again.
Get back.
Looks like they have some dangerous runners
number 5
in their ranks,
outside.
don't they, Janidu?
Yes, definitely, Nathan. Thurstan we saw in the Dialogue Rugby Schools League as well. They competed really well with some of the top rugby schools.
Advantage over.
These youngsters.
Roll away. Advantage. Not roll away.
Line side was open. Looked confused to me as well, but that will be a try in favor of Thurstan.
It's making it look all too easy, and the Rahula defense found wanting as well, isn't it, Janidu? Failing to cover that blind side. And that number 10 for Thurstan College, who probably has been their best player so far, even when you consider the first game. Does the honours and opens the scoring and converts his own kick as well. So 7-0 up Thurstan College within the first 2 minutes.
Sri Rahula College was off to a great start, but they will definitely want to work on with their defense. There's certainly an issue with the numbers.
Number 5 off. Wait.
A change in the lineup early on in the game. Interesting.
Time on.
Number 5 has been taken out for Sri Rahula College. This time puts on a high kick.
Okay, tackle.
Counteract there by Thurstan, and seems like they'll go for their second score. Here's the sending the ball out. And he steps in one, steps out two, and he will score the second try for Thurstan. That's the number 22 for Thurstan.
It's a brilliant work defensively from Thurstan to start things off, isn't it, Janidu? Good counter-racking. Managed to turn the ball over and go for their second score. And looks like one of the Rahula players has done himself some damage as well, trying to prevent that last try. So things going from bad to worse for Sri Rahula College.
Change number.
Sri Rahula College will definitely have to
Green number change
work on in their defense, and also rucks as well. Thurstan was able to easily counteract their ruck.
Time on.
And referee says time on, and it's time for the conversion.
No.
But it caught in the edge of his boot, and it's not successful. That will be 12 points to 0. Thurstan taking the lead.
Yes, two scores for the Thurstanites in the first 3.5 minutes.
Thurstan to restart.
Number 14. Number 14. Green. Number 14. Green.
Yet another change in the lineup for Sri Rahula College, Nathan. Interesting to see early on in the game. Just 3 minutes down and already 2 changes. And here's a chance for the Sri Rahula College player, but he has been
Red ball.
brought to touch.
Wait.
No contest from Sri Rahula College. And yes, Thurstan looked dangerous whenever the ball was given to their back line. Lovely wraparound pass.
Yes, just ran out of room there.
Mark.
Looks like the Thurstan College player. But look like yet another promising move for them, and good early signs for Thurstan College. Have the 2 try cushion as well. Sam, line out is taken short and ball is loose.
5 meter.
But looks like there will be a penalty in favor of Thurstan College. Opt in for the scrum. Thurstan College, like we were saying earlier, Johnny, another excellent side in their own regard. And alongside Royal College, probably form the top 2 teams in this group.
Yes, definitely. And it'll be an interesting clash to see how Royal and Thurstan
advantage again.
go on later on in the evening.
Goal. Second row. Make a second row go. ඔය දෙන්න බයින්ඩ් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඔයා හුකට බයින්ඩ් වෙන්නේ. මේ මාක් මේ. ඔය දෙන්න බයින්ඩ් අන්න හරි ඕකේ. Okay. Second scene. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Now a scrum in favour of Sri Rahula College.
Standing.
The rain picks up here in Rajagiriya. 1.5 minutes left in the first half.
The tackle.
Once again, that counter ruck from Thurstan, but
green ball.
That will be a penalty in favour of Sri Rahula College. Referee says off feet by Thurstan players.
Play on. No.
Not 10 meters from Thurstan.
Oh, second again. Second quick then. Okay.
Referee says no quick tap in the second penalty. There's that big leg for Sri Rahula College. He's been brought down. Thurstan still putting pressure on that end. Here's an easy try for the number 12 for Thurstan. Saw that loose ball, boots it, collects it on his own. And that will be the third try for Thurstan. 17 points to nil, extending their lead.
Yes, brilliant individual try from Thurstan College, and Sri Rahula guilty of just letting the ball loose at the breakdown. And that Thurstonite player was there to capitalize. And the conversion is through. So it will be 19 points to nothing at Lemons in favour of Thurstan College. And it's been quite the performance from them in this first half.
A bit of a rain here as well, and meanwhile that's the half-time confirmation. 19 points to nil, Thurstan.
And the rain really has picked up in the last couple of minutes here, Janidu, hasn't it? We are hoping that although it is overcast, that conditions will remain dry. But unfortunately, slowly but surely the heavens appear to be opening up.
Pretty much a challenge for these youngsters, playing in the rain with slippery conditions. And just 14 minutes in a game. You've got to give all, especially to win a game, and very challenging, but it will be all good lessons for them as well. These youngsters have plenty more to play for their school. Thurstan all set for the game. They have positioned themselves to receive the kickoff. Sri Rahula College will restart things for the second half. Puts on a deep kick. Not sure what the call was from the referee, but it will be an opportunity for Sri Rahula College.
Yes, takes a quick tap, and a perfect opportunity for Sri Rahula to try and find the score. Sends it out wide to the number 2, and he goes over for Sri Rahula. But looks like the assistant referee has something to say about that. But it looks like the try will stand for Sri Rahula, who managed to get there first try of this tournament as well, Janidu.
Yes, there will be something to be happy about for them. And they get their first blood. It's 19 points to 5. Still Thurstan in the lead. There's plenty of time remaining in the second half.
Rahula to kick off again. This time cleanly collected by the Thurstanites. Now running sideways, waiting for those gaps to open up. Looks like a very silky runner. That's this number 22 for Thurstan College. Definitely one of their better players. And yes, the number 10 as well. Out to the try scorer. And just doing the basics right at Thurstan College. One man to beat. Beats him with ease and goes over for the try. Just simple rugby from Thurstan College on that occasion. Draw and pass. And it has worked out for them as they extend their lead to 24.
Yes, definitely it is. Just simple rugby by Thurstan. Not looking much to do. Just had one ruck in the corner. And the next phase, just simple hands. Lovely to watch. And it's 24 points to 5 with the conversion to come. A bit of a difficult conversion. It's not successful. And that will remain the score as it is. 24 points to 5. Thurstan taking the lead over Sri Rahula College. There's around 4 minutes left. Thurstan does have the opportunity of going to a higher score. They've got around 4 minutes left in the clock.
Yes, definitely. And 4 minutes is plenty of time to try and up that score, like you said, Janidu.
More changes for Sri Rahula College in their lineup. Seems to be their coach trying out all his resources. And that restart kick is not successful. A bit of a confusion by the players. Thought the line out was awarded, but it's actually a 50-meter free kick. Here's the big lad. Very funny tackle, I would say. And seems like he has done some damage to himself.
There's interesting technique used there for the tackle, but looks like it worked. Managed to get the better of a much bigger man. Let's take a look there. Just one hand used in the tackle. But apart from that, it was the right technique, wasn't it, Janidu? Especially when you're trying to tackle someone bigger than you. Trying to go as low as possible.
Yes, definitely. If you go higher, it's going to be dangerous. You'll either get hit or fend off. Going low is the best option, and that was rightly done by the number 10 from Thurstan. Putting the big man down, and seems like he's off the field as well. Seems like he has done some damage to his right knee, if I am not mistaken. Good sportsmanship as well. Thurstan teammates helping the player to get him out.
Now here's Sri Rahula, but Thurstanites doing really well to hold their player up, not allowing him to get a knee to the ground. And that's brilliant stuff from the Thurstanites. But Sri Rahula finally managed to get a foot to the ground and keep possession, but excellent defensive stuff from Thurstan. Still Sri Rahula's ball though. Passes not going to hand, trying to look for those gaps. Opts to go outside. And the ball has gone out of touch. So a scrappy sequence of play for Sri Rahula comes to an end. Did well to keep the ball at hand, but unfortunately couldn't do much with it.
Yes, the line speed of Thurstan defense line is putting like a big pressure on the Sri Rahula attacking line as well, and that will bring them under pressure. And defense of one seemed like a forward pass to me as well, and rightfully, says the referee. You know, almost around 1 minute away from the conclusion of this game. And that will be a scrum in favour of Sri Rahula College. Can Sri Rahula College score another try, or will it be Thurstan extending their lead before this game ends? Switches direction, the number 10. Seem to be running to cross, and once again bundles into touch.
Yes, Sri Rahula guilty of just going sideways and backwards in possession, isn't it, Janidu? They've had their fair share of chances, but haven't managed to pierce the gaps in the Thurstan defense. As it looks like that throw was crooked. It'll be a scrum in favour of Sri Rahula, and they'll be hoping to try and find another score perhaps to close out this game.
Yes, running across will definitely not help Sri Rahula College, especially in rugby. Running across will help the defensive team. It's more of a favour. It's really easy for them to defend. And good pressure in the scrum by Thurstan, but it's a free kick awarded in favour of Sri Rahula College. The tap has been taken, and once again throwing that ball nowhere. And that will be the end of the game. 24 points to 5. Thurstan will grab their victory over Sri Rahula College.
It's a comfortable victory in the end for Thurstan College. You have your full-time confirmation. 24 points to 5 in favour of the Thurstanites as they make it 2-2. And for Sri Rahula, hasn't been the start they wanted in this tournament. And now we'll move on to our next game as Kingswood College take on Lumbini College in what promises to be a really close game. And for that we'll have a change in commentary.
And we're back with yet another match. Kingswood College, Candy taking on Lumbini College.
Well, Virun, the rains started falling out here at Rajagiriya, and it's going to be a very, very tough affair. Especially Kingswood might like it. Traditionally, they are used to playing in very wet conditions, but you cannot underestimate this Lumbini side.
Most definitely, this weather will not be that easy for both these teams. Nevertheless, like you said, Kingswood are used to playing in wet conditions. And we'll see, we have an interesting encounter between these two teams. And it's anyone's game so far. A couple of good matches we saw earlier in this tournament. And a couple of interesting matches coming up as well.
Definitely. Kingswood, of course, last year's runners-up in Pallekele. They played brilliantly well against St. Thomas's in the finals. And Kingswood have a lot to say and lot to prove this time around.
Absolutely. And this time they would like to keep that title in this tournament, as Lumbini to move out of the red zone.
Also, Virun, mind you, last time around I was in Pallekele and Kevin was also there. Lumbini, ironically, it was a Lumbini versus Kingswood clash in the Cup quarterfinals. And a narrow escape of 15 points to 12 paved the way for Kingswood to go to the semis and eventually finals. So Lumbini showed brilliant promise in the tournament, and they have really shown what they are made of, as they are going to play in the top A division in the schools under 20, the first 15 level. So it's going to be a cracking affair out here.
And I'm quite sure Lumbini will like to change the outcome this year and would want to come out victorious in this game. And so far it's been even from both sides.
Definitely, and by the looks of it, the game might end up in dead rubber if not for any, if not any of these teams pull off a very positive effort. This time the scores are deadlocked 0-all at 3 minutes on our clock.
Most of these teams, they take the first few minutes to get into their rhythm under these weather conditions, underfoot conditions. Not the best today, as we see a knock-on as well.
A clear example of what the conditions are today.
Absolutely. And it seems to be getting worse by the minute. Can't blame these mistakes as well. And the Lumbini have the feed in to the scrum, just on the 40-meter mark.
Set.
Now Lumbini swinging it out wide, finds his man on the outside, and he is bundled into touch. It's important to keep possession, especially when you're playing just 14 minutes. It's important to think about that and at least cut back in and keep possession of the ball.
Definitely, Virun. So getting worse and worse as Satsilu Yalingasinghe with the throw in for Kingswood.
Yeah, 9.5.
The Lumbini lads might look for sweet revenge this time around. As we said earlier, 15-12 was last year's quarterfinal score. And here's Tisal De Silva. Had a brilliant run, but unfortunately just touching that sidelines.
Good effort from Lumbini to chase him down. Manages to stop that definite try. And referee says that was crooked. And Kingswood do get the ball to feed into the scrum. What was almost 6 minutes in. and still we don't have a score. Just a minute left in the first half. Where do you think this game will go?
Well, I think both the teams are playing it very safe, with Kingswood trying to do a lot of things, and a superb run by the Kingswood halfback. That's Bandara, Meeranga Bandara. Probably the nippiest lad on the pitch, but a lot of heart, a lot of grit there shown by the little man.
Kingswood need to take it quickly. Need to keep that constant pressure. It would be good if they can go into half-time with some points on the board.
Definitely, that will give them a world of confidence.
Definitely. Now, face by face, they seem to be getting closer. Kingswood using their forwards. Finds his man on the outside. He cuts back in. And a couple of unforced errors from both sides. And the halftime hooter does go off with no points on the board. Lumbini and Kingswood are 0-all at Lemons. As you look at that halftime confirmation, Kingswood and Lumbini both nil each.
And let's go for a short commercial break. Stay tuned with the Papare.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැහැය. Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Welcome back, folks. It's 0-all out here at Rajagiriya on the grounds. Kingswood versus Lumbini. Lumbini holding the fort against a tough attacking move coming in from and safely landed there. Very, very lucky for Lumbini, if not definite yellow or red card.
Absolutely. Very lucky on that occasion. And now Kingswood, they need to pounce
10 meters
on this advantage. They seem to be looking for the options. Takes the tap. Finally. He runs straight in. Finds his man on the outside. Ball is knocked on from Kingswood. Now Lumbini, wayward pass, and a wonderful tackle. Ball went forward, if I'm not mistaken. He needs to play to the whistle. That is not the best of players. These kids, they need to play to the whistle. You need to respect the referee's whistle and decision. Lumbini just going all the way after conceding that penalty.
Crouch.
Clear forward pass.
Set. Steady. Wait.
A superb effort coming in from Lumbini. However, Kingswood now going with that big man, number 13, Hirun Karunatilaka. Kingswood need to play it smart, and not give out those hospital passes, which will definitely end up in spilling the ball with this wet conditions. Fancy work there, Virun.
Back of the hand, and he goes over.
That's
for the
Roja Karavita. I think probably one of the very few players who played in the first 15 outfit for Kingswood.
Send a bit of a stir from both teams. Should be settled without any issues. A couple of security as well on pitch. Nevertheless, it has been resolved, hopefully. But lovely try from Kingswood. And like you said, the first 15 experience showing for Kingswood on that occasion.
Definitely Karavita coming in crunch in that blind side, and very optimistic play, very positive play coming in from Kingswood, and especially that halfback to take that risk and go into that fancy ploy there in the sidelines.
Captain.
And a Kingswood player and a Lumbini player. One player each has been sent to the naughty chair. So it's 9 against 9. Looks like it's the try scorer. Karavita has also been sent to the naughty chair.
And we just reached the 10-minute mark. Just 4 minutes left in this game. Kingswood leading 5 points to 0. And that ball goes out of the dead zone.
Virun, it's really not necessary for Kingswood to go for overcooked kicks. They are in the lead, and with heavy wet conditions, should play very smart rugby. Giving the ball out to this dangerous Lumbini opposition will be very, very deadly.
Absolutely, with just one try away from equalizing. And if Lumbini manages to go under the post with just a few minutes left in this game, Kingswood are under immense pressure. Absolute unnecessary restart that was from Kingswood. And now Lumbini, like we were just saying, they go under the post, and this conversion will make a world of a difference.
Lakshan Pereira, easy as you like it, and just that simple rugby and that simple mistake, which shows that overcooked kick by the Kingswood fly half, just giving the ball away, gifting the try for Lumbini, and the try scorer Lakshan fails to get it, and Kingswood survive for another moment.
Like we were saying, that the conversion will be the make or break, and unfortunately Lumbini unable to get that one through. Nevertheless, 5 points here with just about 2 minutes left in the game. That simple mistake costing Kingswood to make a short restart. And Lumbini not making the same mistake.
And Lumbini, on the other hand, unfortunate try scorer Lakshan Pereira could have been more patient to get that under the post conversion intact.
Hold the ball good.
And Lumbini Will they go in for yet another surprise?
Lumbini, they are on top. Nevertheless,
Number 6.
Good work at ruck time from Kingswood. They turn over, and that's not 10. Young man, cardinal error. He will be given. Not 10, says the referee. And those mistakes, you can't make those mistakes. I think when you come to under 16, you know the rules. And most of these players, they have some experience in these first 15 squads.
Definitely. That number 10, Karavita, the man comes with immense experience. And whoa, what went wrong there?
Once again, Kingswood, number 10, was playing from the ground as well. Hopefully nothing serious.
And the production crew will give us a replay, Varun, so we can surely wrong there.
Just have caught a shot to his chest. Was it is not exactly sure what happened.
I think just the rush of blood during this pouring rain. It's pouring, but it's clear skies, though. I mean, it's not gloomy. Have plenty of light here. Nonetheless, we were talking about Karavita, the try scorer. If I'm not mistaken, he's also part of the Kingswood football outfit and also part of the junior nationals team too. So plenty of dual sporting talent in most of these teams.
Absolutely. Now Lumbini, he puts the kick in, but it goes out. Wow. And that is full time. 5 points apiece.
And Virun, is this the first drawn game? Yes, it is the first drawn game of the day number 1 here at the venue at Rajagiriya.
Yes, and what a game. There were mistakes from both sides. As you look at the full-time confirmation, Kingswood 5 and Lumbini 5 as well. Both teams had their flaws. Nevertheless, coming up next, we have Zahira College taking on Carey College. And what a match we had between Kingswood and Lumbini. Our first drawn game of the day. Zahira College did come off a defeat in their first game
against Lumbini. 12-7, one of the big upsets. You definitely can't say a big upset because now Lumbini is now back on track in the elite division, especially after their promotion to the top league 2. They have shown a lot of promise, and wow, what a big hit by the Carey number 8.
Lovely hit from the forward, and like you were saying, now Zahira, they go over. Easy does it. Goes over for the first try. A bit of equipment from some other teams in the way, in the in-goal area. Like you were saying, can't call that first match against Zahira and Lumbini an upset. Lumbini beating Kingswood, not beating Kingswood, equalizing against Kingswood as well. And Kingswood being a formidable team in this tournament.
Could have gone their way, Lumbini, if not for their unfortunate missed kick under the post.
Now Zahira with the restart.
And Virun, the skies have cleared for a moment and the sun is shining back again. We hope the weather stays intact.
Definitely. We've had showers on and off here in Rajagiriya. And it's been difficult for these players. They've had rain at one half and sun on the other half. So, and unfortunate knock on that occasion from Carey. And Zahira will have the feed into the scrum. Just outside the 22 meter. Now Zahira takes it quick. It was a 2-on-2 situation. And the ball is turned over. Now Carey College inside their red zone. They need to move out of that area. And ball is turned over. And Zahira now yet again with another attacking opportunity.
Carey, they are fearless to attack from their red zone, but unfortunately just trying to play too much of rugby in the red zone. And with Zahira coming in with a lot of defensive work, it's really hard for Carey to play in their own zone. Here's Zahira number 15 going into contact, switching to the halfback. That's Illa Sarab. Sarab goes in for the second try with Lisat Patirana's superb run rushing into defense.
Lovely offload to his scrum half. And he goes all the way for the second try for Zahira. Conversion is good.
12-0.
And Zahira College now 12 points to nil against Carey College. Just 5 minutes in to the first half. Carey College just letting that ball bundle into touch.
Here's Carey. Will they try to run it? No, they clear their lines out. Not the best of kicks, but under these slippery, wet conditions, it'll be a real tough tussle. And here's the try scorer, Ilyas Sarab. Is that a forward pass? Yes, it is.
Unfortunate, he just lost the ball out of his hands. Did have control. That offload went in. It would have been difficult for Carey College. The defenders were all on the other side of the ground. And if that offload was good, who knows what would have happened. Nevertheless, Carey College with the feed in. Almost losing it forward. Rush defense from Zahira and Carey have been pushed back. Scrappy play from them. And referee says that was a forward pass. As the halftime bell goes off. Referee will have one more play, and Zahira will have the feed into the scrum on the 22 meter. Now, once again, it's a try scorer. He goes over for his double. Saraf, what a piece of individual brilliance from him.
And again, not the biggest lad out here, but plays with plenty of passion, and kick is not good. And as we go for the half time, it's 17-0 in favor of the lads from Maradana.
As we have the halftime confirmation, Zahira College 17 points to 0 against Carey College, and with the rest of the half left, we'll be back with the action right here on the Papare.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
And we're back with the second half action. Carey College taking on Zahira College. Zahira with a comprehensive lead, 17 points to 0 in the first half. Carey College with the kickoff of the second half. Ball just reaches the 10 meter, and it has been knocked on from Zahira College. Now Carey with the scrum, opts to go on the short side. Defense is offside, says the referee.
Virun, Carey is really trying to do a lot of ploys. They know how to exploit the defenses. As you can see, they are running into spaces, but unfortunately, the lack of physicality and a bit of lack of... I'm pretty sure it's just lack of experience, not the game knowledge. They definitely have the game knowledge by the looks of how they are playing.
Yes, absolutely. I think there is a bit of a mismatch in sizes between these two teams. Smaller players on Carey's side. Nevertheless, size has never been a problem in rugby. But
here's that big man, number 8.
Yes.
He has been very impressive.
Absolutely. We saw a big hit in the first half. Just unbelievable hit from him. But Carey have been giving a trouble to Zahira throughout this game.
Cakewalk was expected for Zahira to run away in this game against a less fancied Carey outfit, but nonetheless, the lads, the Carey College outfit, are pulling off a great effort to show that they are capable of doing some really positive rugby.
Some instructions being given to the Zahira College player from the referee. And as we have the showers pouring down now here in Rajagiriya. Turning out to be a bit of a scrappy game here, with just about 4 minutes left in the match.
This is probably one of the toughest situations right here. Earlier it was all slight drizzle pouring down, but now it's heavy and it's getting heavier.
It's a heavier shower that we've seen throughout the day. Nevertheless, rugby goes on with mistakes though. And now Zahira.
Already they have the game in the pocket, Zahira. It's just that rain is now being merciless.
It's blaring down here, raining cats and dogs, if you say. I don't think the live coverage does the justice to the amount of rain here. Nevertheless,
well, folks, we unfortunately have to go to a commercial break due to heavy showers and possible thunder and lightning. We might have to just go into a commercial soon after this brilliant hat-trick of tries by Ilya Sarap. What a superb player.
And to our viewers, we'll be back shortly, soon after everything confirmed after this rain. Stay tuned on the Papare.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බය මයිද ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Been over this all before. This time, Andre the Pitbull Arlovsky and Dolph Lundgren again take on Jean-Claude Van Damme in the final showdown. Universal Soldier Regeneration.
Now available free of charge to all Dialog View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialog View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
මයිද ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Dialog Television සමගින් අනාගතය අත්විඳින්න. This movies සහ video on demand. Mobile එකෙන් TV බලන්න. Upgrade වන Dialog View අත්දැකීම ඔබත් අත්විඳින්න. Dialog View Plus හෙට දවසේ තාක්ෂණයෙන් බලගන්වන ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 රසාස්වාදය.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
මයිද ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
The wait is over! Airpass Kids TV is new, fresh and packed with awesome shows. Don't miss out. Channel 48 is calling.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Rex, let's go. Rex is back with new cases. We're tracking a serial killer. New chases.
Rex found a body and a murder weapon.
That is a good nose you got. Rex! And a new partner.
I'm Mark, Special Investigations.
Job partner.
You are quite the officer, Rex.
Hudson and Rex. Season premiere August 25th on AXN.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
මයිද ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Dialog Television එක රීලෝඩ් එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි රීලෝඩ් ප්ලෑන් එකක්. දෙස් විදේශ channel රසක් සමග channel 80කට වඩා ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම රීලෝඩ් සහ My Dialog app මගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය. Dialog Television.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Just a little bit of
සාදුවට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම on the Papare on Dialogue TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yvonne David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue TV channel number 126, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
හරි.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
හරි.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Been over this all before. This time, Andre the Pitbull Arlovsky and Dolph Lundgren again take on Jean-Claude Van Damme in the final showdown. Universal Soldier Regeneration.
Now available free of charge to all Dialogue View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialogue View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
හරි.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Dialogue Television සමගින් අනාගතය අත්විඳින්න. This with this movies සහ video on demand. Mobile එකෙන් TV බලන්න. Upgrade වුණු Dialogue View අත්දැකීම ඔබත් අත්විඳින්න. Dialogue View Plus හෙට දවසේ තාක්ෂණයෙන් බලගන්න වන ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 රසාස්වාදය.
හරි.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
The wait is over. Airpass Kids TV is new, fresh and packed with awesome shows. Don't miss out. Channel 48 is calling.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Rex, let's go. Rex is back with new cases.
We're tracking a serial killer.
New chases.
Rex found a body and a murder weapon.
That is a good nose you got. Rex!
And a new partner.
I'm Mark, Special Investigations.
Job partner.
You are quite the officer, Rex.
Hudson and Rex. Season premiere August 25th on AXN.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් එක රීලෝඩ් එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට ටීවී බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි රීලෝඩ් ප්ලෑන් එකක්. දෙස් විදේශ channel රසක් සමග channel 80කට වඩා. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම රීලෝඩ් සහ My Dialog app මගින්. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන්.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Just a little bit of
පාදුවට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම on the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare.
හරි.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Welcome back to the Ananda College grounds in Rajagiriya. As we apologize to all our viewers for that slight interruption in the broadcast. Had some heavy rains, but thankfully it's cleared up, and we are truly into the thick of things in our match of the day between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Welcome Kevin back into the com box. Very good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, Nathan. St. Peter's, of course, having that lead in the opening half, 7 points to 0, and it is going to be some second half. St. Joseph's has to hit back at St. Peter's if they are looking to remain in the cup segment. The winners of this game will remain in the cup segment, while the losers will move on into the bowl segment.
Yes, only the top team from each group progresses into the cup segment, so plenty at stake in this game. A virtual knockout between the Peterites and the Josephians, and it's St. Joseph's College to kick things off to start the second half. It's a deep kick collected by the Peterites, looping it from right to left. Have an extra man on the outside. But a bit slower from him and St. Joseph's College. managed to send their man out into touch. You have to say that could prove to be costly for the Peterites. Had a free run at the goal, but the St. Joseph's defense was well and truly up to the task, Kevin.
Well, it's not going to be easy with these throw-ins with a slippery ball. It has been raining heavily over the past few minutes, and somehow St. Joseph's manages to throw the ball in well, and they have formed this maul. Can they go over? Just a few steps away now are the Josephians. They are moving forward with some confidence, with some force. Just inches away from the whitewash are the Josephians. But finally they've been brought down. And the try has been scored, or is it?
Looks like referee Jivaka was playing advantage there. Multiple infringements by the Peterites during that maul, but did well to hold it up in the end. But St. Joseph's College with another chance to come from 5 meters outside. Here's St. Joseph's twisting and turning for the line. Desperate from St. Peter's, holding the fort for now.
7 points to 5. A try here will put the Josephians back in the lead. Desperate defense coming in from St. Peter's. 7-0 rather. St. Joseph's inching towards the try line, and they've gone over to score under the post with a conversion to come. A lot of support coming in from the Josephians from the stands. And Coggins, the game is well and truly on.
Yes, that score really opens things up here at Rajagiriya. We have a spicy affair on our hands. And you have to say that was a try that was a long time coming for St. Joseph's. Straight from kickoff in the second half, there's just been sustained pressure that they've continuously applied on the Patriots. Been knocking on the door for the past 3 minutes or so. And you have to say that's a well-deserved try for St. Joseph's that really tips the scale back into the balance.
Still plenty of time left in this game. Almost 4.5 minutes to go. Well, just to inform all our viewers, if this game ends up in a draw, it'll be St. Peter's who will be going through because of the number of points that they scored in the last 2 games. Both the games they've scored over 40 points, and they have that advantage. St. Joseph's have to win this game. But I don't believe that St. Peter's will be looking to settle for a draw.
It's Gion with the punt, but into no man's hand really, and that's picked up by St. Joseph's College. Making a run into the Peterite half now. Peters have not been clinical with their kicking game, and that has cost them the try as well. And now here's St. Joseph's maintaining the position, and that's what's important, especially with the wet ball as well.
Really turned up in favor of St. Joseph's here, because St. Peter's likes to run through the outside, but with these conditions it's not going to be easy. It is very slippery, and St. Peter's hasn't really got any space here, trying for that overhead kick. Can he get behind it? No, he can't.
And St. Joseph's were playing under advantage, so referee will call things back, but that's good work in defense from St. Peter's. Were put under pressure, managed to get to the ball and get it out of harm's way. And now St. Joseph's College have opted for touch, and that's a heavy kick from the Josephians, right close to the 5-meter line. And like you said, Kevin, St. Joseph's College certainly have the physical advantage in the forwards department.
Funny how momentum shifts, isn't it? It was St. Peter's having the control of the game in the opening half, and one try and a conversion has totally shifted the pendulum towards St. Joseph's, and they are with all the momentum that they have, and they should be going over to score another try. Again, another rolling maul. Going forward are the Josephians, inching towards the whitewash to score their second try to get the lead of the game for the first time. St. Peter's have to put a lot of effort in defense. They are doing so.
And what this is doing as well, Kevin, is just running down the clock for St. Peter's to get to the other end of the field. But yes, St. Joseph's trying to barge over. Looks like the ball has been held up. And that's a brilliant work in defense from the Peterites. Put under mighty amounts of pressure. But it will be St. Joseph's College ball. Playing under advantage. So another opportunity for the Josephians to come again and search for that winner.
Immaculate defense from the Peterites. St. Joseph's, however, do have a scrum. They'll be looking to clear the ball out from the scrum as soon as possible, pass it towards the right-hand side. They have players waiting for that ball to be received. The scrum has been fed in. St. Joseph's, number 8, opts to go on his own. Looks like it has been held up again, but they do have another advantage.
Yes, on the second time of asking as well, the St. Peter's College defense has held the fort, but like you said, Kevin, another penalty advantage coming the way of St. Joseph's College. Not quite sure for what, but it's St. Joseph's with a chance to try and win this one right at the death and secure a place in that cup segment.
10 seconds to go as per our clock. Here's the Josephian number 8. All St. Peter's has to do is to keep this attack away. And St. Joseph's has to score. And the full-time bell has gone. So it will be the final move of the game. Do the Josephians have the strides to go over and score a try? Or will St. Joseph's hold on for another time? Pressure everywhere. But what a game this has been. Here's the number 2 of St. Joseph's. He goes over, and St. Joseph's have beaten St. Peter's, and they make their way into the quarterfinals of the cup segment. What a finish, Nathan.
That's a deserved victory as well for St. Joseph's College. They were the ones asking all the questions in that second half, and 2 well-deserved tries for the Josephians. And that should be that for them. Conversion goes back in, but that doesn't matter. It's St. Joseph's College that managed to beat the Peterites 12 points to 7 and secure a place in the cup segment for tomorrow's game. St. Peter's, after performing really well in the other group games, have to have a long, hard look at themselves, especially defensively. Plenty of errors found wanting on many occasions, and that second half especially was played almost exclusively inside their red zone.
Well, coming into the game, St. Peter's were the favourites to win the game. They were the most controlled side throughout this tournament. St. Joseph's had their issues, especially with holding on to possession. But they have turned up when it mattered the most. And here's the confirmation of the full-time score. St. Joseph's 12, St. Peter's 7. Right at the brink of full-time. St. Joseph's have pulled the game out of the pockets of St. Peter's. And up next, it will be Maliyadeva College taking on Nugala Central.
And it's Nugala Central that kicked things off against Maliyadeva. And it's Maliyadeva College with a free kick from halfway. Yes, Maliyadeva College now with the possession.
Well, this will be a very important game as well, because one of these two teams have the opportunity to stay in the tournament, play for that shield segment. The winners will make their way into the shield segment.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, Kevin. As you know, the last placed team in each group will make an exit from the tournament. But straight away, it's Nugala Central on the break now. And will touch down right under the post. Nugala Central have opened the scoring against Maliyadeva. And that's a moment of individual brilliance from them.
Oh my, what a start for Nugala Central. Most of the fans out here at the Rajagiriya Ananda College Stadium still hasn't recovered from the previous game, and Nugala have started off proceedings in a brilliant way. 7 points to nil. And as I said before, this is a very important game for both the sides. The winners will remain in the competition, will be playing for the shield segment, while the losers will be knocked out of the tournament.
After this come, I have to have my daily bread and you please send come.
Or you and what? Do again. There is a mixing.
So Maliyadeva College now with the possession. After being pegged back early, you have to. Maliyadeva College probably the favourites coming into this clash, isn't it, Kevin?
Well, absolutely, they were the favourite. Against St. Peter's and St. Joseph's. However, Nugala Central do have the lead. Early strides in this game, just 4 minutes done. And they do have a 7-0 lead. And here's the big forward dragging another player before he was brought down. Maliyadeva slowing down proceedings. They're not showing a lot of urgency in a way that is good from them. That really minimizes the chances of committing errors when you're calm and composed. But on the other side, Nugala Central trying ever so hard to win back position. Looked like there was a knock forward there, and there was one. So will be a scrum in favor of Nugala Central.
Yes, unforced error coming in from Maliyadeva, and it's Nugala Central now that will have a chance to keep possession. And like you were saying, Kevin, possession is of paramount importance, especially with conditions like this. We saw how St. Peter's lost out in the previous game, because they were conceded possession far too easily. And now here's a lovely inside channel from the big number 12 for Nugala Central. What a try this is going to be, right under the post to score the second try for his side. Lovely running angle from Nugala Central, who doubled their advantage in the 6th minute.
Probably one of the best drives we've seen throughout this tournament. The big number 12 finding a bit of space, winning a foot race, and going under the post to score a try. Nugala makes it 12-0, and the conversion goes through as well, I believe. Or did it?
Nevertheless, Nugala Central do have the lead, 12 points to nil.
Yes, strong start from Nugala Central. Still a minute left to play in this half. They'll be hoping to try and force the issue, try and add a third. So we take a look at the replay of that try. Lovely running angle from that number 12. Catching the Maliyadeva defense by surprise and going over untouched. And again, Maliyadeva making a hash of that kickoff. And he's just forced to ground it in his own in-goal area, and it'll be a 5-meter scrum in favor of Nugala Central. And a perfect opportunity for them to close this out on a high.
Absolutely, they have the early advantage in the opening half by scoring 2 tries without conceding. And they have the opportunity to make it 3 tries inside the opening half. Will be the final move of the half. Can Nugala score another try here? The number 12, the big number 12, collects it again, and he will just easily go over to score his second try. That was ever so easy from Nugala Central.
Yes, typical number 8 try, wasn't it, Kevin? Coming from the number 12 who goes over for his brace, and that's the 3rd try in the first half for Nugala Central. And it's been quite a complete performance from them so far. Hopefully they are able to continue in this same momentum into the second half, but as the conversion goes astray, it will remain 17 unanswered points in favor of Nugala Central, as Maliyadeva have plenty of thinking to do in that half-time interval. There you have your half-time confirmation. It's 17 points in favor of Nugala Central over Maliyadeva College.
We're back again with the action of Maliyadeva College versus Nugala Central. Nugala Central have scored 3 tries in that opening half, getting themselves a healthy lead of 17 points to nil, and the second half will be all about how Nugala closes this game. It is their game to lose, and if they play decently, they will come out victorious in this game.
Yes, but it's a scrum in favor of Maliyadeva College straight away to start the second half. And goes for one of their set moves. The number 9 spots the gap. Lovely offload coming into the number 10. Can he turn? Good defense coming in from Nugala Central. But the ball is still available for Maliyadeva to try and pull one back. Here they come now with their bigger lads leading things in attack. But Nugala defense is holding their own for the moment.
Well, a good defense so far from Nugala Central.
Superb work from Nugala Central, holding up Maliyadeva, not allowing them to get a foot to the ground. But eventually ball is made available and Maliyadeva can run through, spots the gap, does the number 3 for Maliyadeva, and he goes over for their first try. So after playing that entire first half on the back foot, Maliyadeva have got exactly the start that they would have wanted in this second half.
A much needed try for Maliyadeva, and they should be looking to score more tries and try to win the game from here on. 5 more minutes left as per our clock. It is not an impossible task, but to win the game, Maliyadeva have to play their best rugby. Well, the thing that is working in favor of Nugala Central is that they do have a lead of 12 points. So that means Maliyadeva has to score twice, and they have to make sure that Nugala Central doesn't score again from here on.
Yes, quite an uphill task for Maliyadeva, but not impossible by any means. We've seen stranger things happen in the game of rugby. Still 4.5 minutes left on the clock for Maliyadeva. Yes, Nugala Central now collects the kick-off cleanly. Now going to their line, but he's dropped that ball cold, but looks like it went backwards. And Maliyadeva looking to force the issue and turn things over, but and managed to do so successfully. Nugala penalized for holding on. And Maliyadeva now with a penalty. And an opportunity to try and make this a one-score game.
Here's the big number 11 of Maliyadeva trying to barge through the defense of Nugala Central. Some opening there for Maliyadeva, but that was very, very unnecessary. But fortunately for them, another player could get back in time and collect the ball, and Maliyadeva has lost possession. Nugala Central with some space, with a clear pathway, should be going over to score their 4th try of the game. And they have probably put a deadlock to this game. It's 22 points to 5 with a conversion to come.
Yes, brilliant stuff from Nugala, and you have to say now, Kevin, that really does put the game to bed, doesn't it? Managing to restore that 3-score cushion. Nugala, a lovely break from the number 20. Goes down comfortably under the post. Had the gas on him. It's 22 points to 5 now, with about 2 minutes left to play. Conversion does not go through, and will stay at 5 points to 22. So has been a brilliant performance from Nugala Central so far, and looks like they will be the side that remains in this tournament, Kevin. Maliyadeva look like they'll have to wrap up and pack their bags after day one's action.
And gold plate matches will be played tomorrow at the St. Peter's College grounds in Bambalapitiya. Here's Nugala Central looking to score another try.
a bit of lightning striking the grounds, and the number 10 of Nugala scores another try, makes it 27 points to 5. Lightning and thunder striking Rajagiriya, and that was a thunderous run from the number 10.
That was interesting from Nugala Central. And the conversion goes begin, and referee will blow for full time. So it's 27 points to 5 in favor of Nugala Central, who get their first victory and secure a place in tomorrow's Shield Championship. We'll move into our next game between Wesley College and Dharmaraja College, and for that we'll have a change up in the box.
And we have the full-time confirmation. Nugala Central 27 points and Maliyadeva 5. Nugala with the victory. And next up we have Wesley College taking on Dharmaraja College.
Yet another interesting clash. Wesley taking on Dharmaraja College. The winner will be qualified for the cup segment. Both these teams have played some superb rugby throughout the day. And Wesley with the kickoff puts on a high hanging kick. Well collected there by the Dharmaraja player.
And then the two unbeaten teams. Rajan's getting the first ball into touch in the opening seconds of the game. Dharmaraja had a very close shave against Sri Sumangala, 7 points to 0, and Wesley also had a very close shave, 10 points to 0 against Sumangala.
And the line out was turned over by Wesley, but it will be in favor of Dharmaraja again. A knock forward by Wesley. We witnessed a great clash a game before, St. Peter's vs St. Joseph's Mohad. Very interesting game.
Absolutely.
Finally St. Joseph's were able to march their way to the cup segment.
A classic Joe Pete clash. The Peterites leading 17 at half time. Now the Joes came back, and here's Dharmaraja.
Puts it on to boot. We will see this a lot throughout the day with the wet conditions. Brilliant effort there by the number 11, trying to hold on to the ball. Hats off to that effort.
Smart rugby by the Rajans. They know the ball is slippery and utilizing that wet conditions. Lucky escape for the double blues.
Line out will be in favor of Wesley. Brilliant, tough conditions here. A lot challenging for these youngsters. Definitely we can see the referee. Quickly taken by the Wesley player. Sends it out. Here's Johnson. Offloads it to his number 8, the big lad. He's still on his feet. Very difficult to bring him down. Gain some important meters for his team. Opts to go on the blind side. It seems like he was through for a minute, but Dharmaraja defense. Once again, the number 8 goes on his own. Pardon me, that was the number 3. If it says offside, and it will be a penalty in favor of Wesley.
Well, Akesh putting a brilliant cross kick there. And all that effort going in vain as Wesley hold on to the ball and give away easy possession.
A bit of lightning and thundering as well, Muad. According to the rules of the Sri Lanka Rugby Union, usually the matches will be stopped, but yet this match is on process. Dharmaraja with an important line out, slippery ball. Not sure whether it was kind of their plan but Rajan somehow has put the ball to boot, putting that Wesley line back. And here's a goose step from the number 14. Lovely footwork. Offloads it to his own teammate, but he was not expecting for the ball, and it's a knock forward. Lot of errors. And both teams still with nothing. 4.5 minutes done. He brings back play. The scrum in favor of Dharmaraja. This is the scrum off. Sending it out once again, putting it to boot. Not a decent kick. Cardinal error there. It's on full out, and this is a massive opportunity for Wesley. They're into their green zone. Clean line out from Wesley. Sends it out, gives a short pass to the number 8. Good tackle by the Rajans number 5. There's the number 1 going to the hit again. Once again sending it out. Long pass. Once again a long wide pass to his number 14. Seems like that will be the first try for Wesley. And he will score the first try.
Just half a minute away from the half-time mark. Can the Wesleyites get this conversion. Now Joha for the conversion.
Johan Fernando, the try scorer for Wesley. The conversion is not successful, but Wesley wouldn't mind it. They getting into the lead. And it's 5 points to nil.
There might be a stoppage after the half time. Because like we said earlier, the lightning and thundering factor coming into play. Player safety is number one. As Wesley's restart goes astray, and Dharmaraja, just at the brink of half-time, have another golden opportunity to get the points on board.
The first half is almost over. But Dharmaraja, and he's through. The number 13, Anjana. Lovely step. What a brilliant individual try by Anjana for his team. What a comeback. The half-time was done, and that was some brilliant individual try by Anjana. He has been the star player for Dharmaraja. This is going to be an interesting game, what? The conversion is yet to come. And that's true as well. Dharmaraja will take the lead, 7 points to 5, with both teams heading into lemons.
And now the Rajans, their first time on the opponent's red zone, and they got the points on board. That's a superb, brilliant play by the lads from Lakeview. Here's your halftime confirmation. 7 points to 5 in favor of the lads from the Hill Capital. Let's cross over to commercial break. Stay tuned with the Papare.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැහැය. Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැහැය. Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Nugala successfully concluded the season. We are back. The second half action from the Papare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. We witnessed a brilliant first half of rugby from these two schools. Dharmaraja from the Hill Capital and Wesley College from Colombo. And for your notice, this is an important game for both these teams. The winner will be qualified for the cup segment. So these two schools will definitely play their hearts out. And Dharmaraja with the restart puts on a deep kick, collected easily by the number 13. Here's Wesley on the attack. Puts on a goose step, number 9. Steps in one. And seems like the ball has been stolen from Dharmaraja. Brilliant work. Seems like Dharmaraja is opting for the pick and go option. Not a bad choice with the conditions. The support play is brilliant. He goes on his own, but support is there on time.
The Rajans are playing in very close quarters, and they know the conditions are in favor of that pick and go game, and they are doing it really well so far. Wesley yet again giving away possession very easily, and the Rajans will say thank you very much, and they will opt to touch as the conditions are extremely gloomy out here.
Puts it on to touch, and yet another opportunity for Dharmaraja. Almost in their 22. Can they put Wesley under pressure? At the moment it's a 2-point deficit. It could be anyone's game. But can Dharmaraja put Wesley under pressure? It's a knock forward. Silly error there. Costly errors. It will be a scrum down in favor of Wesley.
Wadud, the man with the ball, played a lot of first 15 rugby this season, and lads like this, they need to take charge if they are to pull off a comeback for the Wesley outfit. Dharmaraja, on the other hand, they have been brilliant in patches, and they scored their only try as soon as they entered the red zone for Wesley. And here's Akesh going into the corner. Will he go? Will he have the legs? And no, he's bundled into touch. No support coming in place for the Wesleyites.
It's the key player of Dharmaraja, Anjana, who has been sent to the sin bin. Could be a minute, but it will be definitely a threat for Dharmaraja, and Wesley will get the penalty in their green zone. And that was a brilliant run from Johan Fernando, the number 14 for Wesley. It was a move from them, the dummies, and it was given out and saw that gap and seek through it. And Wesley have a high chance of scoring again.
Wesley College have opted for a scrum here. A very crucial moment in the game. A deciding factor.
And here's Wesley with the scrum. Have a massive opportunity of score. Yes, again that dummies and lovely The double cutout pass. Shot that first dummy. And the second one was given, and it was a big gap over there. And Wesley will go under the post. And the conversion is successful as well. It's 12 points to 7. Wesley back in the lead.
That was Jonathan Vijay who scored multiple tries in the previous game as well, and converted by Aya and Joha. But the Rajans, they will definitely try to come back for sure. They are a formidable outfit as Joha goes in deep to the gap. As the rains, the showers have started, and that's a high shot. Rajans inquiring the coaching staff whether to go for the tap or the kick, and they will go into touch. Tense faces. Wesley turn it over, but the Rajans again lucky over there. It's Rajan's ball. Well, referee Alexander is inquiring the AR.
The player in the sin bin is back as well. On a critical time for Dharmaraja. According to our clock, few minutes remaining, rather few seconds. It's all about the referee's clock. And this scrum will be in favour of Wesley. If Wesley could hold on to position, surely this will be their game.
Wesley's head coach Nalin in eager eyes, the father of former Isipatana skipper Navin Kanishka. Here's Akesh to Joha, to Jonathan Vijay Singh. Jonathan to... Whoa, that goes right underneath the legs, the feet. Wesley very unlucky there. They must know that it's wet ball and it's slippery conditions. So the last few seconds of the game. It's anyone's game, just 5 points separating. And Janithu, we saw the first drawn game of day one here at Ananda grounds earlier, with Lumbini coming back to draw level 5-all against Kingswood.
Yes, Mohad, that was yet another interesting game. Both two tough teams in this under-16 schools tournament. Not sure which team has been qualified for the cup. It will definitely depend on the points difference as well. We've seen some interesting games, especially after the lunch break. And yes, we can hear the final bell as well. Dharmaraja a bit of under pressure. And here's Anjana, the key man for Dharmaraja. Wesley putting heavy pressure on Dharmaraja's ruck, trying to counter ruck. That will be a penalty in favour of Wesley. Quickly taken. Once again, Wesley putting pressure on that ruck. Dharmaraja opts to go for a scrum.
Yeah, the Wesley's silly errors might come back to bite them if they are to play and if they get selected to the cup segment. Whereas Dharmaraja, they have done minimal errors. However, they have failed to score more than Wesley. Let's see what this last move has got in offer. Rajan's a do or die situation. The very last passage of play.
Anjana tried to go on his own, but definitely Wesley defense know he's the man. He'll be definitely marked on the spot. That's some brilliant counter-arc work there by Wesley, and they have turned over the ball. Definitely it will be a tap and a kicks to touch.
Janidu, looks like Akesh, the skipper, has pointed at the post, but I don't think they might go. I don't know whether it was to play a bit of mind games, and Johar, he converts it.
Well, I wouldn't mind in a situation like this, Muad. It's almost the clock's over, and even if you miss it, you still have the game, and a wise decision by the skipper. But Wesley will be qualified for the cup segment, 15 points to 7. What a brilliant game. Very disappointing for Dharmaraja. They performed really well, especially the first 15 going down to B division, and these youngsters showing that there's plenty of talent.
That's and also in the under-18 tournament as well. Janadu, you were there live at Bogambara.
Yes, definitely more. And here's the full-time confirmation. Wesley, 15 points to 7. They will move to the cup segment. Dharmaraja will have to play in the ball tomorrow at St. Peter's grounds, Bambalapitiya.
And folks, after that crunch game between Wesley and Rajans, we go for a commercial break. Stay tuned with the Papare.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
Happy! ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Been over this all before. This time, Andre the Pitbull Arlovsky and Dolph Lundgren again take on Jean-Claude Van Damme in the final showdown. Universal Soldier Regeneration.
Now available free of charge to all Dialogue View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialogue View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
Happy! ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Dialogue television සමගින් අනාගතය අත්විඳින්න. This with is movies සහ video on demand. Mobile එකෙන් TV බලන්න. Upgrade වුණු Dialogue View අත්දැකීම ඔබත් අත්විඳින්න. Dialogue View Plus හෙට දවසේ තාක්ෂණයෙන් බලගන්වන ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 රසාස්වාදය.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
The wait is over. Airpass Kids TV is new, fresh and packed with awesome shows. Don't miss out. Channel 48 is calling.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Rex, let's go. Rex is back with new cases.
We're tracking a serial killer.
New chases.
Rex found a body and a murder weapon.
That is a good nose you got. Rex!
And a new partner.
I'm Mark, Special Investigations.
Job partner.
You are quite the officer, Rex.
Hudson and Rex. Season premiere August 25th on AXN.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Dialogue television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපි reload plan එකක්. දෙස් විදේශ channel රසක් සමග channel 80කට වඩා. Activate කිරීම reload සහ my dialogue app මගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 television රසාස්වාදය. Dialogue television.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Just a little bit of...
පාත්වල ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම. On the Papare on Dialogue TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්තු උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Been over this all before. This time, Andre the Pitbull Arlovsky and Dolph Lundgren again take on Jean-Claude Van Damme in the final showdown. Universal Soldier Regeneration.
Now available free of charge to all Dialog View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialog View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Dialog television සමගින් අනාගතය අත්දෙන්න. This with this movies සහ video on demand. mobile එකෙන් TV බලන්න. upgrade වන Dialog View අත්දැකීම ඔබත් අත්විඳින්න. Dialog View Plus හෙට දවසේ තාක්ෂණයෙන් බලගන්වන ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 රසාස්වාදය.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
The wait is over. Airpass Kids TV is new, fresh, and packed with awesome shows. Don't miss out. Channel 48 is calling.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Rex, let's go. Rex is back with new cases.
We're tracking a serial killer.
New chases.
Rex found a body and a murder weapon.
That is a good nose you got. Rex!
And a new partner.
I'm Mark, Special Investigations.
Job partner.
You are quite the officer, Rex.
Hudson and Rex. Season premiere August 25th on AXN.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. දෙස් විදේශ channel රසක් සමග channel 80කට වඩා. activate කිරීම reload සහ my dialog app මගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 television රසාස්වාදය. Dialog television.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Just a little bit of...
පාදුවට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථාරගත කිරීම. On the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yvonne David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue TV channel number 126, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Now available free of charge to all Dialogue View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialogue View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
හදවතේ අපේ වීරයෝ අපේ කොල්ලෝ
2025 ආසියානු කුසලානේ සියලු තරග මගනුහැර නරඹන්න අදම ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් 1498 පෙරගෙවුම් පැකේජ් ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න. HD channel 8ක් අඩංගු ක්‍රීඩා channel 14ක් සමග channel 105ක් රුපියල් 1498ක් විතරයි. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීමට රුපියල් 1498ක් ප්‍රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන්.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialogue TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare. The Papare.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
8 teams gather together for one epic T20 battle. The Asia Cup 2025 live from the UAE. From 9th to 28th September. Catch every thrilling moment of the action on Dialogue Television's Sony Sports 10.1, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 10.5 HD.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Been over this all before. This time, Andre the Pitbull Arlovsky and Dolph Lundgren again take on Jean-Claude Van Damme in the final showdown. Universal Soldier Regeneration.
Now available free of charge to all Dialogue View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialogue View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Dialogue Television සමගින් අනාගතය අත්විඳින්න. This with is movies සහ video on demand. mobile එකෙන් TV බලන්න. upgrade වුණු Dialogue View අත්දැකීම ඔබත් අත්විඳින්න. Dialogue View Plus හෙට දවසේ තාක්ෂණයෙන් බලගන්වන ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 රසාස්වාදය.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
The wait is over. A+ Kids TV is new, fresh and packed with awesome shows. Don't miss out. Channel 48 is calling.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Rex, let's go. Rex is back with new cases. We're tracking a serial killer. New chases.
Rex found a body and a murder weapon.
That is a good nose you got. Rex! And a new partner.
I'm Mark, Special Investigations.
Job partner.
You are quite the officer, Rex.
Hudson and Rex. Season premiere August 25th on AXN.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Dialogue Television එක රීලෝඩ් එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි රීලෝඩ් ප්ලෑන් එකක්. දෙස් විදේශ channel රසක් සමග channel 80කට වඩා. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම රීලෝඩ් සහ My Dialogue app මගින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය. Dialogue Television.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Just a little bit of
පාදුවට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථාරගත කිරීම on the Papare on Dialogue TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yvonne David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue TV channel number 126, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Now available free of charge to all Dialogue View Hub and View Mini postpaid customers. To access, simply go to the home screen on your Dialogue View and go to Movies and select Lionsgate Play.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
අදවතේ අපේ වීරයෝ අපේ කොල්ලෝ
2025 ආසියානු කුසලානේ සියලු තරග මගනුහැර නරඹන්න අදම ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් 1498 පෙරගෙවුම් පැකේජය ඇක්ටිවේට් කරගන්න. HD channel 8ක් අඩංගු ක්‍රීඩා channel 14ක් සමග channel 105ක් රුපියල් 1498ක් විතරයි. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීමට රුපියල් 1498ක් ෆ්‍රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන්.
උස්වත්ත උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Just a little bit of
Really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialogue TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare.
A very good evening and welcome back to the Ananda College grounds in Rajagiriya. And for our next match, we have Ananda College taking on Sumangala. We are back after a bit of adverse weather here in Rajagiriya. Nevertheless, we are back with the live action. It's about 5 matches left in today's proceedings. And hopefully we'll be able to continue those matches without any hindrance from the weather. Ananda College and Sumangala. Sumangala did look good in this match. That they played unable to get any points. Just had a few issues here and there, but the player in the number 12 jumper did some wonderful individual plays for Sumangala. Sumangala to start off proceedings of this match. High hanging kick taken well by Ananda. Now Ananda College with numbers on the outside. Wayward pass, unfortunately. If that pass did go to hand, would have been a definite try for Ananda. Advantage coming in. And a lovely tackle from Sumangala.
Well, Ananda will be really disappointed how this tournament has gone on for them so far. Having been played the games in their home grounds, still haven't managed to win a single game, and they'll be looking to make strides in this game against Sumangala. There was that opening for Ananda, but good defense coming in from Sumangala, stopping the Ananda attack momentarily.
Now Ananda once again going straight through. Not rolling away, says the referee. Taken quick from Ananda. And now stepping over the defenders. Finally, Sumangala comes away with the ball. And it's that man right there in the number 12 jumper. If he can do anything for Sumangala, it will be him.
Just 3 minutes done in the game. Still scoreless. Sumangala have a line-out throw inside their own half, and they've showed a lot of potential in the last few games that they played Sri Sumangala College Panadura, but unfortunately they couldn't get the scores to justify the performance that they put in.
Once again, wayward pass, and they'll be pushed back into the red zone. Sri Sumangala, not easy for them, Kevin, to come back after a small break like this and get straight back into a physical sport like rugby.
Again, clearing the lines with that touch finder. Not finding a lot of meters. And has a lot to do with the conditions out here as well. Kicking won't be easy. Neither will be line-out throws.
Both teams need to start using their forwards. Once again, line-out is not clean. Now Ananda, loose ball. He shows, and he will go under the post for the first try for Ananda College.
That's what the college desperately needed over the course of the last few games to get a good start, and they've done so. And the conversion, well, off the bar, falls in front. Couldn't really get the elevation that it needed. So the score will remain on the 5 and Sri Sumangala 0.
Just about 2.5 minutes left in the first half. Ananda College 5-point lead. Not far behind is Sri Sumangala. And with mistakes like this from Ananda, this match is still up for grabs for anyone. And Sri Sumangala have a free kick from the centre.
If Sri Sumangala needs to stay in the game, they have to score before the halftime hooter goes on. Catching up in the second half won't be easy. And here's the big forward. Looked like he was choked there. So an advantage for Sri Sumangala. As a man on the outside, the pass was just a tad bit over. That lovely step through. And he will go to equalize proceedings. Brilliant work there from the Sri Sumangala number 11, I believe.
Lovely stuff there from Sri Sumangala. His teammate just showing and going initially, and long cutout pass. Didn't go to hand, nevertheless collected, and good step from that winger to go over. Conversion is not good, and we go into halftime with 5 points apiece. And now this match is turning out to be quite an interesting one. As you look at the halftime confirmation, 5 points to all. Ananda versus Sri Sumangala here at the Ananda College grounds in Rajagiriya. The skies have cleared up just a little bit here. Still gloomy. Nevertheless, rains have ceased, at least for now. Hopefully, we can finish the next 4 matches as well. And up next, we have Royal College taking on Thurstan College. St. Sylvester taking on Sri Rahula. Kingswood taking on Zahira, and Lumbini taking on Carey College for our final match of the day. All live here on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. And we are away with the second half action. Sri Sumangala looked like a high shot, and referee does show advantage for that. Good work at ruck time, but line offside, says the referee. And Sri Sumangala up to go for tap. They take it. Small chip coming in. Unfortunately, unable to collect it. Ball has been knocked on. Once again, another knock on, and referee goes back for advantage. Will feed in to the scrum for Ananda.
Still 5 points each, and Ananda having some space on the outside, but just couldn't beat that Nanda. Position still with the Anandians, and they're going sideways rather than moving forward.
Ananda twisting and turning, trying to find their way through this Sumangala defense. Now has a man on the outside. Can he find his man on the inside? Yes, he does. High shot coming in. And that will be a penalty try. Sri Sumangala need to be more disciplined than that, but what a run, what a team effort, and marching orders are given to that player from Sri Sumangala. Good team effort, and Sri Sumangala unable to hold their discipline out and costing them a penalty try. Nevertheless, well deserved for Ananda. And now mistakes from Sri Sumangala. And the college have a throw in just outside the 22. of Sri Sumangala. Now they have to send it wide. They use one of their ploys. Skips a man on the pass. Does well to offload, but thumping tackle coming in from Sri Sumangala's. Now Ananda College once again. Easy does it. Senuja Pereira will have no problem going under the post. Well done by Ananda once again. And unfortunately, Nethula Vijayawardena unable to convert that one. Nevertheless, what a lovely try from Ananda. Easy does it. Sri Sumangala's defense was caught up on one side. Now Sri Sumangala once again at the restart. Kavin Hansaja for Sri Sumangala. He's trying to play alone. He can't play alone against this Ananda defense. He needs to realize that. And now marching orders being given to Tanisha. Not 10 meters, says the referee. Now, valuable meters being made for Sri Sumangala. He tries to step, but is left in one place. Now, ball comes out. And unfortunately, is knocked on. Sri Sumangala unable to get their rhythm in this game.
To 5 and should be game done and dusted, and will probably be the last move of the game as well.
And right after this we have Royal College taking on Thurstan College. That will be a good encounter, exciting one. And Ananda College opt to just kick it to touch as the hooter goes off. Good effort from Ananda College. And now, as you look at the full-time confirmation, Ananda College 17 points, Sri Sumangala 5. Now on the pitch we have Royal College taking on Thurstan College.
Well, two neighboring schools, Royal and Thurstan, battling it out in wet, slippery conditions out here at Ananda Grounds, Rajagiriya. Gloomy skies, but the game action is back. The under-16 10s.
Absolutely. And this will be an interesting match. Both teams seem to have found their rhythm in the tournament. Nevertheless, it will be interesting to see what the two neighboring schools, what the outcome will be.
Both teams look extremely physical, and for an under 16 outfit compared to many other teams, these lads they look pretty well built, and Royal College collecting that deep return kick, and the Royal halfback goes right into the defense of Thurstan.
Couldn't agree more about the size of these players. The number 8 for Thurstan is quite on the big side. Looks like a first 15 player. And both these sides, in contrast to the other teams you've seen in the tournament, do have some lads on the bigger and heavier side. And this touch kick lands inside. Tries a chip kick. Well taken from Royal College. What a mistake from Thurstan. Should have done better to get that ball out of the way. Straight to the hands of the Royalists.
Now Royal with the restart. Good high hanging kick and wonderful bounce there. Could have gone in the way of Royal.
And unfortunately, Thurstan stepping out of bounds and being brought back for the line out. Now Royal College with the throw in, clean line out taken, sets up for a maul.
And we don't who else can do it better than Royal?
Absolutely. Was just about to say the maestros of the rolling maul. Nevertheless, they opt to go out. Unfortunately, the try scorer losing his footing. Heavy tackle coming in from Thurstan. Now that big number 8
could have passed there.
Had numbers on the outside.
Good defensive work coming in from Thurstan. However, the Royalists, they have an advantage there, right in front of the post. As showers come blasting in yet again here at Rajagiriya.
Unfortunately, we are back with some difficult weather once again. With just about 3 matches left in today's proceedings, hopefully we'll be able to finish it off.
And we don't, a huge shout out goes to our cameraman right underneath, right on top of the.
Absolutely, I think he's
the scaffolding rather.
Yes, he's on the scaffolding, bringing you all these live scenes, and he's experiencing the weather more than any of us.
Drenched in the rain, of course, and
drenched
production crew and the technical crew is having a huge task, a tough time, and the players are
also feeling that heavy showers coming in. And folks, Royal College marching towards the try line. Unfortunately, we are experiencing some technical difficulties at the moment. We apologize and
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy chips රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
18